I'm trying to see if it says that Mumu and Medi got back in the game, but they're not answering, so I wanted to run the dungeon with them. Reisna's back in the game. Last month I started playing 14 in the community, so great. I'm happy to hear that. 14 is really, 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 really awesome, so I'm super happy that you were able to find a really awesome community to keep you company. Okay, I guess I'll just do it with trust again. Okay. It's so hot in my room. Let's do this. Take two. I seriously mean it when I say, like, thank you guys so much for keeping me company through that queue. Let's go, team. You got this. Thank you. You guys have no idea how helpful it is to, like, not be alone during times like this. Oh, shit. I'm gonna die. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I, like, need to get to work. And I have my new pretty spell. Look at this. It's you guys. The constellations are with me. What are you enjoying most about the game, JD? Oh, hold on. I'm a healer. I need to, like, do my job.
I have you now.
The story, I just finished Heaven's Ward and the patch after. It's so freaking good. I'm glad. Take your time with it. It's gonna be a long journey. So don't rush it, because I know that I did, and I'm paying the price for it. But I'm glad that you were able to, like, find community and make friends too, because that's what I find the most fun about playing 14 is when I get to play with friends. I'm slowing down to savor the moment. You should. Obviously, this is, like, very, 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 very late in the game, so it's huge spoilers, but, like, you're probably not going to know what's going on at all anyway, so it's fine. Even strangers that I get in duty are so nice because I'm new, and that's how it should be. I think what sets 14 apart from other games is because there's, like, the paywall of, like, paying for the base game, paying for the expansions, etc. Like, there's this sense of camaraderie. Like, no one's gonna, like, be toxic and nasty because we're paying to play this game. Take this, I take this, and then I do this, and then you die. Astrologian has so many buttons. Oh, whoop, Lamont, you're healing yourself. Fine, you're fine, you're fine. Maybe you're not, actually. The astrologers look fun. It's a very, 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 very pretty class, but there's a lot of buttons. So if you're like me and you don't like having too many buttons, it might be a little bit overwhelming, but I think I'm making my way downtown, walking fast, faces passing, I'm homebound. Damn, I should have done karaoke during the break, but I know if I do that, this VOD would have gotten super DMCA'd. All right. So here's where we died, I believe. It's this boss. Manta Ray. I play on console, and knowing where everything is really is a learning curve. Yeah. It's knowing where all your buttons are, what they do, the timers, and if you play as a healer, it's looking at the HP bar and making sure your party doesn't die. You're cursed. You know what was awful about this run? Was that this is the third time I'm fighting this boss. I'm a white mage, so my eyes are all over the screen. Oh, I feel that. But white mage is definitely the easiest healer to learn because there's just so many oh shit buttons. It's a good introduction class for me. I'm enjoying it. It very much is, because I went in with Scholar first, and that was kind of my mistake because, like, Scholar's not hard, but I played at a time when Scholar had so many different buttons, and you had a lot of micromanagement and stuff. I just need to... that's the thing, is that when you're a healer, it's a mutual codependency with the tank. Like, no, like, not one is more superior than the other. Like, if the tank is too cocky, then everyone dies. And if the healer is too, you know, one way or the other, then, like, everyone needs to work out. But I'm really happy that, like, you know, you're finding your people, you're having a great time. That's what the game's supposed to be about, right? When did you start playing the game? I started playing during Heaven's Ward. But I would say my most active time was when I was playing Stormblood. Is Miss Alize using the limit break? Of course she is. My room feels even hotter now, but I know I can't turn on my actual, like, hardcore AC because I don't want to risk, like, my power going out again. You're cursed to be a nuisance to your party? I'm cursed to be a nuisance to everyone, unfortunately. Come on, finish it, 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 finish it. That's what I thought. You're not a curse, you're a blessing. You're super sweet. I'm so happy that you guys on this corner, oh, healing, that you guys on this corner of, like, the earth have all been super sweet. Because, like, I've seen so many cases of people being, like, nasty and, like, vicious and mean and a whole lot of bad vibes, right? And I'm so glad that, like, everyone that stops by here, you guys choose to be kind. Nasty squirrels, I was hoping... Wait, are you in the game yet? You want to run this dungeon with me? I want to run with friends. I need human contact. I will leave this. I'm in trust right now, so I will leave if you are available. I got logged out and my queue's at 2.5k. Ugh. But like I was saying, like, especially these days, like, after seeing a lot of people like talking about protecting your peace and how I've been trying to encourage my friends to protect their peace, I've had a low tolerance for like bullshit and like childish behavior. So I'm really happy that the people that like, you know, that come by here have all set a really good example of like, you know, showing kindness to others and being so welcoming and, you know, keeping the vibes real, because that's what really matters to me most is like, I say this time and time again, but I don't really care too much. I care more about quality than I do quantity. So like, I would rather that like the community stays small and that people actually care about being here and that are kind, you know, and that the community feels good to be in versus like accommodating hundreds of people that like have that attitude of like, I don't know how to describe it, but I'm really grateful that the community here is like what I've been wanting it to be. It's Sunday afternoon night when everyone collectively plays. So the new expansion just dropped on Friday, and everyone's like logged in to play the game right now. And because it's the weekend, you know, people don't have work and stuff. And apparently there was also a DDoS attack. So basically like some evil people were trying to like flood the game to like make it so that everyone gets forced to log out. So a lot of people that were streaming the game were like trying to get back in because you know how sometimes there's a queue to get back into the game? So when everyone got kicked out, the queue to get back in was at like 4,000 people. Yeah, like I don't care for being treated like in a bantery or like play mean way. I only like, I'm fine with it if it's like a personal friend, right? But when it's like a random stranger on the internet, like I don't feel comfortable with that. Or it's like when people try to be like very like, oh, you're my boyfriend or things like that. It's like I'm a guy behind the screen, like I'm just a person, right? Ring of Slaying, but I need healing. Look at all those statues, is what Kryl said. Rats! There are rats! The rats! Rats! They're the rats! We pray at night, we stalk at night. We're the rats! You don't like random people imposing random stuff on you, and that's a good thing, to be fair. Like, so the thing is, some people, like, you know, that's like their bread and butter, right? Because at the end of the day, when you have VTubing as like your full-time job, it's like you bank on like your income and your livelihood depends on if people, you know, are it's like idols. Like people are buying the personality and they're believing in that parasocial relationship and stuff, right? But like I do this for fun, so like I don't follow those rules, you know? But if like, you know, if you are one of those people, like more power to the story I'm trying to say is more power to you. Do things however you like, but this is what I like, and this is the boundaries that I'm setting. So whether or not someone chooses to like allow that sort of behavior in their community, I'm not gonna knock them for that, you know? But for me personally, it's I'm a human being and I don't like being treated as an inanimate object. It's different when it's a fictional character, right? Like, you guys know I love saying like, oh, I love this character, they're my husband. But like, I don't try to be like that when it comes to VTubers, because even if like the character design is like, oh, you know, someone has a really attractive character design, there's a person behind that, and I don't look at VTubers like a fictional character. And the other thing is, I just don't like, I don't want to try to make money off you guys. Like, if you guys would like to sub and like support the channel, that's really awesome, but I don't ever want people to feel like they have to like sub or anything like that to feel like a member of the community, because I don't like, this isn't like, you guys pay my internet bill, which is great, but like I don't want to like be at a point where I need you guys to pay for things for me. I always try to be nice and kind towards everyone I meet. Yeah. It's like, there's just so much like nastiness in both online and in the real world. Like, why perpetuate that, you know? It's like when you, I guess this is just me, but like if I'm like at like, if I'm out at the grocery or something, right? And I pass by someone and like we look at each other in the eyes and I smile at them and they smile back, like I feel good, right? Because I like seeing people be happy, but like, why would I go out of my way to like make someone feel horrible? Yeah, all in all, it's like a mutual relationship sort of thing, right? It's like, as long as both parties are consenting to however kind of dynamic or relationship you want to have, like, more power to you. But for me personally, like, I want us all to be equals, and I want to, like, you know, I want us to treat each other like adults. I didn't mean for this to be a whole rant about, like, etiquette and stuff, but, like, it is something that's like on the back of my mind all the time, because I had to update my rules and stuff, because I'm super like, I want to curate the culture to be, you know, the way that it is now. And I think when things start to get out of hand, like, you really need to nip it in the bud before it gets worse. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh, goodness gracious. There we go. Understandably. But yeah, like, you know, thank you guys for understanding, and also just thank you guys for the company. I have to say it every time. Well, I don't have to, but I like to, because I really want you guys to know that I really, really, really do appreciate having you guys here. Because I know not everyone's fortunate enough to have such an awesome fuck. Not an awesome fuck, but you know what I mean. Shite. I think we should be fine. Why am I the only one that gets hit for this? Did I die? You've got to be kidding me. I think the most evil thing this game did was having 3 alliance raids back to back in the patch before Heaven's Word. I was so stressed. That's how the alliance raids always work, no matter what X-Pac you're at. But they made the Crystal Tower stuff mandatory of part of the story because like it's very, very, very important that you do them. Most Twitch chats are either expecting the streamer to fail and the game's centric. I never get how the streamers just vibe with it. What do you mean by that, Chad? Explain further. Oh, goodness gracious. The Twitch streamers chat always stack on them to fail if they use the Twitch gambling system. Oh, okay, I see. I think it depends on the person, you know, like, again, it's like that sort of bantery relationship. Like, some people, like, they like having that and some people don't. I think to each their own, you know, like, some people, like, it's the entertainment value of, like, seeing someone struggle and then the sort of, like, comeback story of like seeing someone fail and then getting better slowly by slowly. You're in the 800s now in queue? Good luck. Oof. Because, yeah, again, like, in situations like that, you know, streamers are, like, entertainers, and it's, like, entertaining to see someone, like, flop, and then, you know, the story, the sort of, like, underdog story of getting to come back from that. Like, that I get. Streamers being human too is also important because the banter that works today might not work tomorrow. The streamers having, that's the other thing, is I don't want to, like, you don't know like what's going on in people's lives outside of stream and stuff like that. So it's like, I don't like pushing those buttons because sometimes, like for me, sometimes I stream when I'm having a bad day because it makes me feel better. And if someone, like, if I'm having a bad day because like someone like was frustrating me at like work or something, right? And then I come in and then I see like some stranger on the internet is like trying to like play mean to me, like it just really pisses me off, to be quite honest. I lean towards the opinion that the average Twitch chat viewer has poor media literacy, can't read between the lines, needs guidance, moderation on what's acceptable to say and what's not. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. I think that's a very prevalent, I don't want to say issue, but it's a prevalent behavior that's very common. And it's something that I try to make very clear with you guys here. And I'm grateful that we can have this discussion and we can be mature enough to talk about things like this. Because I like having fun in games too, but I don't like it when I get insulted or like try to be like, haha, you know, it's like, I'm not your punching bag. I don't want to be your punching bag. Again, like, I personally just want the community here to be like full of kind people that like the same games that I do, you know? The biggest thing for me is like I love meeting people that love JRPGs and visual novels and stuff because they're all I play. But again, like at the end of the day, it's like this is my thing for me. Coming into the stream chat in particular where folks are good sports, don't derail the conference to talk about their Oshi, I'm like, yay. I'm very grateful. I really mean it. Like, you know, not to like call you out or anything, but I really think that ever since you and Medi have been active here in the community, like the entire community has shifted towards the direction that I've really wanted it to be for so long. Not that like it was bad per se, but it's like, you know, I'm able to like revitalize the community, and you guys like have a really good pulse on like the vibe and whatnot. It's because we're hags, yeah. I love JRPGs. I think that's why I love this story. Yeah, this is very much a JRPG lover's bread and butter. But again, like I'm really Hag Nation rise up. I'm really grateful that like again, these are the people that I want to have here, right? Like it may deter people from coming out and stuff, and honestly, I never knew if I could talk about this with you guys, but this is like I want not to. I don't know if I say I want quality people here, like you guys get it, right? It's not like an insult or anything, right? It's like you guys understand what I want from this. Because ultimately, for me, as much as I care about your guys' enjoyment and entertainment, right? If I'm not having fun and like I'm feeling uncomfortable being in this space, like I should prioritize what I feel first anyways, right? Again, and I've mentioned this before, but it's like that's why I don't like saying "Hey chat," because I feel like that's a little bit dehumanizing. Like it groups you guys as just like it makes it feel like I don't have a genuine relationship with you guys, right? I care about you guys individually in the sense that like I don't want to lump you guys as one being. Like you guys are all different people with different experiences watching me on different ends of like the world and stuff. Quality in terms of like a full-fledged person, not just content farming interactions. Yeah. The hive mind, the chat. I don't know. It's like, you know, especially when we have like hangouts in the Discord and stuff, right? And I get to hear your voices and all. It really drives home that you guys are people behind the screens, and like you guys have your own lives and stuff, and you guys have like things that you love, and that when we talk about the things we love and we share all the moments and stuff, and like we get to do things together as a community, it really feels more personal to me. Humanizing your peeps, exactly.
You underestimate me.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying is like, you know, if you're like a huge streamer and you have like hundreds to thousands of people watching you, you probably need to have that degree of separation. But like literally, like there's like what, maybe like a handful of people watching the stream, so I want to treat you guys with the respect that you guys deserve, because I'm not going to talk to you guys like I'm talking to like 500 people. We're all going to unionize to have the Honkai devs make the Gallagher summer skin? That's exactly what I want from you guys. That's what I mean by the quality chat. I'm trying to cultivate like-minded people that want sexy men in their gacha games. Okay, we're at the end of the dungeon. Ooh. Is this the Aries symbol? Maybe. Let's do this. We're like a little bonsai tree of people getting curated and pruned. You guys are funny. Ah! Well, I'm so happy we just get teleported straight to the boss. Can I get a Q check? What are your guys' Qs looking like now? I see it now. Okay. Let me go look at Moo-Moo's. 285. Good luck. I love that you say Moo-Moo with a space, because I know that now that I know that it's Mama Moo, I don't learn my lesson.
I can still fight.
I never learned my lesson. I'm in downstairs snacking on onion rings from the heat. You have an upstairs and a downstairs? Must be nice. Q's 900? It's not gonna take that long then. What are you doing? Go to this side. Have you had that hat before? They sell like a world famous pastrami dip sandwich? What? No. Okay, wait, okay, so this is gonna be a pushback. Okay. So now I need to be aware of that. Oh gosh. Oh my god, I can't zoom out any further. Oh girls. Oh girls. Oh girls. Oh. Can I just stay here? Ah! This is a hard boss. What the hell? Having an upstairs and a downstairs is nice until you need to pay the electric bill for cool. Oh, oops. It's not so bad. Then come on the game and do it with me. So until I get used to it, huh? You've got to be kidding me! I'm liking these dungeon bosses a lot, TVH. Good for you. Good for you. The soundtrack, the OST in this X pack is so good. Okay, so I want to be like heading towards the corner. That's so... Well, these are hard. Holy moly. Wait, what? Oh. Whew. I need to focus. Here. Oh my god! Ah! That would have been awful. If I had to do this again, fuck this game. Oh gosh, okay. Get ready for this. Of course, Wook Lamont gets me in danger. Of course. Oh, I didn't know the first roll of Horoscope gives you a heal. I know now. I know now what I need to do. Is he gonna do it again? Okay. It's gonna go for the push, and then it's gonna be that. Don't get near anyone. That's right. Nice!
This is what a superstar looks like.
That was kind of rough. All right, are you guys in now? Let's do it again. Ooh, my weapon got dropped into the drops here. Thank you for the catboy, Chad. Yeah. It's automated, yeah.
I thought this place was of Yokwi origin. But is this glowing stone their creation as well?
I don't believe so. I've never seen anything like it.
Then it's from an even older time. Don't tell me it's the Allagans again.
I knew it.
While careful study would be required to confirm, it does not appear to be reminiscent of their designs.
A golden light. Could it be?
There's something on the other side, but how did we get over there?
That's how, apparently.
Right then. Let's go and take a look.
Oh, this is Solution 9 then.
That seal. That's Charlian and no mistake.
How do we open it?
Come and look at this. Your tablets might be a good fit, wouldn't you say?
Rainbow? Solution 9 Pride? Solution 9's like a gay bar.
Leave it to Alfino.
It's the Amala Network.
Is this it? Is it Golden City?
I was thinking like Wizard of Oz Golden City. I was not thinking Solution 9.
Quite live up to what the XIV described from their dreams.
Well done. Well done indeed.
Huh?
You, my dear daughter, have found the entrance to the city of gold and triumphed in the right of secession.
That means the first brother's gonna be the final trial then.
So we did it. We made it to the end.
You seem more perplexed than joyous.
It's just... This place is unlike anything we've seen in Tural. Never mind the peculiar stone. So I am given to wonder, what exactly lies beyond that gate?
Nothing less than the golden city of legend, I assure you. The circumstance prevents us from opening the gate. As to what the city is and what Gall of Valdesium discovered all those years ago, this knowledge and more, I will share with you after your ascension. What you choose to do with it will be up to you.
The Golden City is real. It took a while, but I finally found it.
Come, let us return to Duliola.
Home at last.
That was a lot. Oh my god. Well, we've done it. Let's see. We've seen Wuk-Lamat to victory in the right of succession. Like me, I expect you have no few questions about the Golden City, but they must wait until our claimant has settled into her new role. Even as we speak, she prepares for the ascension ceremony back at the palace. I'm given to understand that it will be held in a few days' time. In the meantime, let's all enjoy some well-deserved rest. You may now enter the sky. Okay, cool. All right, before we go on, I gotta go pee, so... Should I pop? Yeah, we'll take a quick little break. Actually, no, because if I take too long of a break, I might get kicked out of the game. I don't want to get kicked out. So I'm just gonna go BRB really quick. I'm gonna go use the bathroom, and then when I come back, we're gonna go continue on with the story. Looks like they're both on now, though. If Medi and Mumu are here still and they wanna do a run of the dungeon, let me know. But otherwise, I'll BRB really fast. Okay. I literally went out to the bathroom. I felt a push of cold air, and then I come back in here and I feel the warm, hot air just hit my face. It was so awful. Upon speaking with... Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, there's gonna be a lot, but I really hope it's voiced.
Welcome back, and may I congratulate you on Wuk-Lamat's victory in the right of succession. It is our guest of honor to host the comrades of the future Dawn Servant. Such a grand journey has doubtless left you fatigued. Please relax and enjoy your stay.
I forgot to... Glamour. Whatever. Glamour doesn't matter. Right now. Sometime later. Meow meow. Ah. Surprised to see me? I suppose it's only natural. May I come in? I haven't properly thanked you. That my Shishta was able to realize her potential is testament to the quality of her traveling companions. Particularly you. For that, you have my heartfelt gratitude. I only did as you howled in my position. You're at Shisui, I know exactly what armor you're getting, yeah. My primary business and calling is to deliver a message from lamaty'i. As you well know, after the Ascension ceremony, she will officially take up the mantle of Dawn Servant. She has expressed a desire for you to accept the post within her administration, while making no mention of me. You needn't decide immediately. My sister will broach the matter with you again after the ceremony. Whether you continue to assist lamaty'i or not is up to you. That is all. If you'll excuse me.
Aww. Kona.
You have become someone irreplaceable to her. As her brother, I acknowledge that with no little jealousy. But believe me when I say that I hope you will stay by her side. And thus it arrived. The day of the Dawn Servant Ascension ceremony.
What a crowd! As befits the changing of Dawn Servants.
First brother's gonna come in and attack.
It's starting.
The Dawn Servant!
Look! He's here!
The head of reason is resting again. Thought he'd grace us for this occasion at least. People of Tuliolal, you honor us with your presence. For on this auspicious day, we witness the dusking of one era and the dawning of the next. The succession of Dawn Servants. But I've talked for long enough. Allow me to present the claimant, whose determination, wisdom, and compassion guided them to triumph and the City of Gold. My daughter, Lamat. Huzzah! Huzzah!
Long live the Dawn Servant! Long live Tuliolal!
Growing up in this city, I used to think I knew all there was to know about Tulihyolal. But my journey showed me how much I had yet to learn about the cultures, histories, and aspirations of this nation. Through the time-honored Ihana, the Hanuhanu taught me how they nourish and cultivate both the land and their bonds with visitors. And with their alpacas and tradecraft, the Pelupelu showed me the depths of their patience and fortitude, to know when to push through and when not to push your luck. From the Moblins and their artisans, I gained insight into the power of creativity, that it is when we are filled with passion and bolstered by the support of others that we produce our best works. And in Kozamauka, I was moved by the history and hopes of the Yokhui, who believe that death isn't the end, that we live on so long as we're remembered. I felt joy and harmony in Yaktel when I tasted Shebruk Pibil, the dish that marked the beginning of peace between the Shebral and Mamurja after centuries of warfare. And I felt sorrow in Mamuk when I met with those who placed their faith in the promise of blessed siblings, and for this were burdened with great suffering. Through the understanding we forged, I'm hopeful that they will find what they seek through friendship and community, for we are all Turali.
Understanding with Mamuk? What sorcery did she use on them?
All of which is to say that, as I've come to know our nation, I've seen the ways in which we thrive, and the ways in which we still struggle. Some in Kozamauka must resort to banditry to survive. A faction of Yokhui still cling to dreams of conquest. Not everyone lives in peace and plenty. And there's still so much of Tulihyolal I don't know. Places I haven't seen, and people I haven't met. That's why I hope to keep learning about and from you, that we might build a nation where everyone knows happiness. Because if there's one thing my journey has taught me, it's that your happiness is my happiness!
I sure hope nothing wrong happens here. Oh, the song. Okay, no, the song's good. The song's happy.
I say mine, but the Dawn servant doesn't need to be a single person, does it?
That's why she didn't.
Oh dear. What is she doing?
Yeah. My father led Tulihyolal to prosperity by the resolve and reason of his 2 heads. But my one head can only get us so far. To further change our nation for the better, I'll need someone else.
It better be your brother.
Someone with the knowledge and insight that I lack. So what do you say? Be Dawn servant with me, Kona.
This is what a superstar looks like.
Happy? Happy?
Happy, happy, happy!
Lamaty'i, are you certain?
Absolutely. You take reason, and I take resolve.
Of
Together, we make a full
course!
bondservant.
Smile.
You'll have no objections from me, of course.
He's such a goofy dad.
But mine is not the approval you need.
During my time abroad, I experienced the benefits of foreign technologies, some of which I introduced to our nation. Dirigibles now soar the sky in the south, while locomotives traverse the land in the north. I was convinced that by imitating foreign powers, we could assert our strength and thereby deter invasion. Yet despite my intentions, I failed to understand what I was too eager to cast aside, and the very people I wish to protect. My own journey has taught me that culture isn't a hindrance to progress, but a shared value that binds us, connecting lives and generations. With your blessing, I vow to help Tuli Yolal prosper in a way that honors the hopes and heritage of all her peoples. My esteemed predecessor would accept nothing less. For ultimately, I harbor the same wish as my sister. To give you cause to smile. That is my heartfelt desire.
Glad this didn't go to waste.
Is that the carving from the giant mountains?
This is the Lay of Legacy, the part of the Tuli Hyola saga where you and I become the next Dawn servant.
Oh, she made her own.
Good heavens! Don't tell me this is what kept you so busy ahead of the ceremony.
Aww.
Just so you know, I didn't decide this on a whim. After reflecting on all we've been through, I realized it was the only answer.
She made the 8th gym badge.
With this, both my brother and I have worthy successors. He would have been proud. Of course you knew.
The other half is dead.
It's been 3 years since my brother left us.
It cannot be. The head of reason is no longer with us.
Oh, tragic tidings.
I didn't want to believe it.
I'm sorry I never told you. We wanted the people to rest easy until our successor could be chosen.
Aww.
Planning the right was my brother's final duty. He was determined for it to serve the nation's best interests, and labored nigh without cease. And then he died, forcing me to do the actual work. A sneaky bastard.
Not the shade.
But he did well. I have to give him that. The outcome speaks for itself.
Though not quite to the original script, your new dawn servant rises. May they shine resplendent, and their rule bring light ever greater to Tuliolol.
Woohoo! Oh no, not that, not that! Okay. That wasn't too long of a cutscene. Cast Glamour. Atlas Awoken. Cast Save.
Wook Lamont was brilliant up there, wasn't she? The part with the second promise was surprising, but between the two of them, I dare say our new Dawn servants will be capable of anything. The future of Tuliolal is bright indeed.
Okay, here is the bad stuff.
Earlier, in Yaktel.
Is it so bad that I'm always expecting something bad to happen? I'm like, we're halfway through, like we're only at 95. Maybe they do wrap up the part here, and it's another storyline.
Changes in the air, and it's all because of our little firebrand. Every Ilmer father's daughter, that one. I'll be watching where you steer this nation, lass. With what time I've got left.
Sir, you look like you're maybe like 50. You don't look like you're that old. Are we gonna meet Galuf? No, the music stopped. Something bad's gonna happen. Something bad's gonna happen. Ah!
The old guy. Wook Lamont has truly come into her own, has she not?
Indeed, even as she moved the people with her heartfelt words. Ooh. She She retained her characteristic spontaneity, as evidenced by her nomination of Kona as fellow Dawn servant. As sudden as it was, I would like to believe she gave it all due consideration.
She could do far worse. Kona completed every feat except the last, and he only forfeited to help Wook Lamont secure victory. I look forward to seeing how Tuliolol will prosper under their care.
Everyone, thank you for coming. I could see you all perfectly from up there.
That was an impressive speech, Dawn Servant.
I told you, no titles. Besides, after everything we've been through together, you're nothing less than family.
So, like my family does, I'd like you to call me lamaty'i.
It'd be my honor, lamaty'i.
Thank you. It means a lot to me. It would also be my honor to call you lamaty'i.
Mine as well. Indeed. Consider us your Eosia cousins, if such a notion appeals to you.
Eosian cousins, eh?
It's a little embarrassing, but not in a bad way. Wait, you're not British. There's still lots I'd like to say, but I need to make my rounds first. I want to thank my supporters who are visiting for the occasion. Could you wait for me here?
Of course. We'll keep ourselves entertained. After all, we sat through a queue of 4,000 people.
That said, would you join me, Orion? Wonderful. Come and meet me outside the Winged Walk, then. Because it could have gone two ways, right? It could have made sense if they ended the whole, like, Tuliolin storyline here, and then, like, the second half of, like, the 95 to 100 is, like, a different storyline, but I don't think they're ready to end it just yet. Yeah, we're still on 95. But it says we're gonna get the Dawntrail Orchestrion scroll, so we'll see. Ready? Let's go. Our first stop is Auntie's Tacos, and not just for a snack, I promise. Ukevu and Mablu should be there. Okay, we're saying goodbye to everyone, so I don't know. Because we still have only been to 3 areas. Na 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 na. I can also lower my camera again because we're not doing the boss anymore. The tacos! Ooh, the tacos, the tacos, the tacos, the tacos, the tacos.
Dawn Servant Wook, words cannot express the profound joy your ascension has brought me.
No need for formalities. I'm still the same old me.
It's all right then. I shall forgo
Oh my god, I cannot read right now.
All right then. I shall forgo formalities. but I cannot! Your Dawn servant, too disrespectful it is to address you without your due title.
As Dawn servant, I'm ordering you to not bother with formalities.
All right then, I won't bother anymore.
I like him, he's funny. I could easily converse with a drunken alpaca.
Thank you for helping Wuk Lamat become the Dawn Servant, Orion. Political opinions in our community have been divided, but a Dawn Servant's ascension presents us all with a prime opportunity, which is why I convinced everyone to participate in a commemorative sales campaign. A wonderful plan, no? My first big undertaking as a merchant.
I do like the sound of a sale, so long as I'm not persuaded to buy too much.
It's so good to see all of you again. I wanted to personally thank each of you for your help. The feat of reeds and the feat of gold were my first true test as a claimant. If not for your guidance, I would have failed the right of succession before I fully understood its importance. Now that you've given me a taste for celebrating culture, I can't wait to see what else Tuliolal has to offer. In Shaktural, for instance.
As always, you must observe proper etiquette. I would be happy to offer my services as a tutor should you desire them.
I can think of no better instructor. I'll be sure to bring Kona as well.
Your duties as Dawn servant will be plentiful, but don't forget your promise to attend Ihihana next season.
Of course, I would have missed it.
When I've made a name for myself as a merchant, I'll come by the palace and tell you all about my biggest sales.
I look forward to it. I've been personally attending to your Alpaca's care. Dare you hope to see you at the ranch again? Tell my fluffy, spit-filled friend that Wuk Lamat will visit soon. Anyway, you'll have to excuse us. Oh, you haven't seen Fontaine around here, have you? A tall, slim fellow with long, pointy ears.
I saw a man matching that description by the weapons dealer in Bayside Bevy, in the company of a moblin and a pair of yokui, if I remember correctly.
Bayside Bevy. Got it. Enjoy the festivities, everyone, and the tacos. Ooh, you have a cute outfit. Is this just the server's outfit? Oh, it's a weaver outfit, that's why. Da da da. Oh my god, he's so huge! Wukla, Dawn servant! Orion, you honor us with your presence. Thank you for coming, everyone. I know the journey to Tuliolal isn't a short one. Long growth worth the travel to congratulate new Dawn servants.
To hear the head of reason and past brings me sorrow, but we who remember him will ensure he lives on. May the accolades of this day be as offerings to the future he envisioned. The High Luminary and I attend on behalf of Warlar's Echo. Had our people come en masse, we would have been an obstruction.
Nonsense! You're always welcome, all of you. This is your city as much as anyone's. I'm glad to see you hale and whole, Orion. Though I know little of the particulars, I can only imagine your latest adventures have been both long and colorful. Beginning with near shipwreck, if you'll remember. Yet here we stand, celebrating the ascension of your claimant. When my journey began, I thought only of preserving the peace that my father worked so hard to create. But the feat of pots, the feat of proof, and the feat of ice showed me that peace is not simply the absence of war. Being able to live together in safety and happiness, that was what my father envisioned for this nation. That's the Tuliyollal that I want for you all. So I promise you this. As Dawn Servant, I will do everything I can to bring that same happiness to the bandits in Kozamauka and the Yokoi of Chirwagur Sultan. I won't forsake them.
As I was moved by your father's influence, so too will the Chirwagur come to accept your peace. Their beliefs have stood for a millennium. Are not easily shifted, neither are they immutable.
Well, I can be pretty determined. They'll come around eventually, mark my words. I can vouch for the efficiency of such determination. Thanks to the Moblin's hospitality, I've been able to rediscover the joy of my craft and honor my father's legacy.
Now that good leaving is secure, the village overflows with field smiles. Such cooperation between help hands and potsworn is the very spirit of a healthy pot pact.
A partnership like yours is bound to be fruitful. I look forward to seeing the fantastic pieces you produce. There are some other people I'd like to see, so we should take our leave. Let's try and find Hunmuruk.
The Shabraxrax? I believe I saw him in the sands below.
The Gleam Sands. Thank you.
My. You honor us with a personal visit, Dawn Servant. Congratulations upon your ascension.
No, none of that. My title may have changed, but I'm still just Wuklamat.
More than just, I'd say. You've grown into a leader fit for this nation. Your father must be proud.
I hope so. But big events like this make me wonder, you know? What my birth parents might say if they knew.
I imagine they would say it fills their hearts with joy to see the strong, compassionate woman you have become. I owe you my thanks as well, for fulfilling your promise to me.
I told Bakul Jaja to stay with us so we could all congratulate you in person. But he marched off, uttering something about not being able to face you just yet.
The boy needs some purpose. Purpose beyond catering to the demands of others. He was always too obliging for his own good.
I'm sure he'll find it in his own time. Especially if he knows his family is there for him.
That we are.
By the way, have you seen Ketenram anywhere? Tankwa, it is.
Ketenram, was it? A strong name, if a bit exotic. We called upon him before leaving Mamuk, but he wasn't at home. I don't recall seeing him at the ceremony either.
The first promise was notably absent as well, though I assumed he were. The first brother killed him. Though I assume he required time to salve his injured pride.
Everyone thought he'd be the one to succeed Papa. My victory must have come as quite a shock to him. As for Tanqua, I'm sure he's around here somewhere, all ready to appear when we least expect him. We'd best be going, but relax. Enjoy and make yourselves at home, and come and visit us anytime. All right, I think I've found everyone I could find. Let's return to the others in the winged walk. Welcome back. I hope you did not rush on our account.
Seen everyone you wanted to see?
I have. Sorry for keeping you all. Now, there's just one last matter. What Kona spoke to you about. I'm sure he made it abundantly clear, but I'm completely serious. I want you to stay in Tulichola with me.
Oh, I'm sorry, sweetie, but we don't do that.
I'm not forcing you, of course, but should you wish it, you'll always have a place here.
Dang, wait, so she's gone. She's leaving the party.
That's right. This is for you. A permit granting passage to Shatural, which, as I recall, you've yet to see. An adventurer like you could hardly resist, no? I can't believe our journey is over already.
There's no way, though.
You accepted me as a comrade and stood with me to the end.
She can't be leaving. We're not done
You
yet.
have my eternal gratitude. Thank you. Well, I had better get going. I need to start learning all my official Dawn servant duties. I'll be sure to share what my old man says about the Golden City too, once he tells me. Till then, feel free to pass the time as you like.
For now, I will remain in Tural. There's someone I'd like to see before returning to Sharlayan.
So they are splitting the story in half then.
What about the rest of you?
It's almost like these are all like patches rather than one
I also
X-Pack.
intend to remain a while longer. As educational as this experience has been thus far, we feel there are even more lessons to be had for Garlemald. By hearing about the peace your father facilitated, and then seeing you reforge relations with Mamuk, we were reminded of a profound truth. That is, acceptance begins with understanding.
And, like you demonstrated throughout the rite, there are unexpected yet effective ways for two sides to understand each other. The question is how to encourage it. And by seeing more of this nation born of unity, we hope to find some hints. Personally, I can hardly wait to learn more about the City of Gold. So, if I may, I'd like to stay in Tula Yolal as well.
By all means. Your rooms are at your disposal for as long as you need them.
And what of you? Thinking of touring Shaktural, perhaps?
I'm still undecided, to be honest.
Then perhaps we could travel together? The person I intend to meet is my mentor, so I'll be visiting my hometown in Shaktural. If you have no particular destination in mind, I'd be happy to guide you en route.
Then it's farewell for now. Take care, all of you.
Oh man, I feel kind of bittersweet closing this storyline.
When you're ready, come and meet me at the Shaktural Skygate.
Oh.
We're friends to the end, you hear me? Friends to the end!
You know what this kind of reminds me of? This is almost reminiscent of like Tales of Legendia to me. So if you guys, if like the 5 people that played Tales of Legendia happen to be here right now, the original story of how it went, it was like basically 2 halves, and the first half was like the main overarching story plot, right? About like a certain set of characters, right? And then like you can kind of assume like the game ends there, or the plot ends there, right? And then the second half of the game is like the character specific quests and stuff. And I'm kind of seeing this not one-to-one to that, but it's like rather than it being one super long game, it's like you have one long-ish game and another long-ish game, or another set of stories. We'll see. But it really feels like rather than condensing one long overarching X-Pack story, we have like the patches, 2 patches worth of stories in one, like arc-wise.
Past these gates and over the bridge lies Shaktural. You have your permit, yes? Packed and ready? No last-minute stops to make before we leave? Forgive me. I'm traveling with our new Dawn servant, may have scarred me for life.
Na 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 na. Meanwhile, in the depths of the sky deep cenote. The first brother. First brother. Maybe he didn't kill the big Rogadin guy. Maybe he's gonna use him to force him to open the gates. How did he get the gemstones, though? You're here? Yes. You just missed my rant talking about how this is so far kind of like Tales of Legendia. Like, the whole Wook-Lamont Ascension arc felt like the main story of Legendia, and now we're like at the character quest arc.
This is the gate to the Golden City.
Tales series paved the way, it's true.
2 decades ago, your father bade me transcribe a letter to a scholar across the salt. What he discovered was something that the Dawn Servant feared enough to seal away forever. Or so we thought until the right's objective became the City of Gold. But to think that the Hunqua would be entrusted with its safekeeping. Had I known that doddering old fool carried a set of keystones, we might have spared ourselves some tiresome feats. Great power sleeps here, and with it, you shall obtain your birthright.
Birthright Conquest. He's Fire Emblem Fates.
So you say. Yet the new Dawn Servant succeeded where I could not. Taking the throne will be no easy task. The resilient son underestimates his own potential. There's no need to worry. I've liberated the key from the Dawn Servant's vault. You alone have the means to unlock the gate. You will gain all you were denied. The right your father shade. These bitter memories will soon be forgotten. Seize your future promise. Open the gates and become the ruler you are destined to be. It's working!
Is someone there? Can you hear me? At last!
Who's there? Show yourself!
If only I could. Alas, this gate will not open for me. Only the key in your possession can connect us.
Then you are the guardian of the city's great power.
I do not claim this power is great, but the knowledge I possess is enough to realize any desire. To remake worlds.
Is that so? Fascinating. Name your price then. But my desire is the world itself. Yes, yes, the resilient sun rises. Together we shall create a nation worthy of our rule.
Yep, he's gonna...
Oh, promise! Why?
He's out of the picture. I knew... Yep, it could have gone either way. It could have gone either way.
The useless tool is cast aside. Deliver me a new world, one that bends to my will.
As you wish, but in exchange...
Ooh.
The long road to Shaktural. We're still at 95?
Ready to go underway? Then present your travel pass to that guard and let us be off. You won't have to wait long to enjoy sightseeing. The bridge to Shaktural is a wonder in its own right.
This gate is barred to all save those with express permission from one of the Dawn servants. Signed by Val Wuklamat herself. My apologies, sir. If you would wait here just a moment. I wonder why they're like Ishgard closed off though, you know? Oh my god, the Golden Gate Bridge!
Shall we then?
Shaloni. Oh, I see why now.
On the far side of that great bridge unfolded the wilds of Shaloni, where the sun guides in the Shitonaton. A harsh guide, to be sure, with its blazing rays scorching the land and hardening its inhabitants. But sweeping change had come to the arid expanse when, beneath its red crust, vast deposits of ceruleum were discovered. Embracing this opportunity, Vau Kona supporters hurtle on, driven by dreams of a future illuminated by blue flame. It is here that our journey continues, our path taking us along winding roads of steel, each length of track a declaration of hope and ambition.
Shaloni.
My home, Yasulani, lies past Shaloni. It will be a long journey, but the railroad should make it easier. As for the way to the train station, let's ride these fellows, shall we?
I was not expecting like Yeehaw Wild West. Hold on, I gotta attune. So we have 3.
This is literally a Western saloon, pal.
Usatawi. There we go. Yoktoral Shaktoral. I want to go back to Tuliolal really fast. I want to see if I want to dye my hair or not. Man, we're only halfway done. There's still so much to do. I think ultimately I'm going to keep this hair color, but I just want to see if I want to dye it. Hello, Jinja. Welcome in. Hi. Ooh, white does look kind of good with the tan skin tone. Ooh, this color looks cool too. Or like a steel blue. I think we'll keep black. I just wanted to see what he looked like. How was your day, Ginger? What were you up to? Did you have a good time? I also love that Jandalaine is like supposed to be like this font of fashion, but like he has like the ugliest clothes ever. All right. It was fine. I ran a bunch of errands. That's what Sundays are like, I guess. Ooh, the music. This like lo-fi. Is the battle theme different? No, okay. How's Dawntrail treating you? It's good. So we finished the first half. We got Wooklamat to ascend to being the Dawn Servant, but she also brought Mr. Meow Meow as the other half of the Dawn Servantness. But now we are exploring Erenville's mentor. We're gonna go meet them.
Short on Ronik. Afraid so. If one'll suffice, I have a creature ready and waiting. But if you need two, you'll have to wait. The Ronik have been acting strangely of late. More easily spooked and otherwise disagreeable. Picking out a few fit for renting's proving bothersome work. They're usually so docile, and the ones I saw earlier didn't appear to be unhealthy either. But much has changed since I last was here. Not the best start to our journey. Still, the train station isn't far. Seeing as we aren't in a hurry, let's go on foot. A merchant should be returning soon with one of our beasts. Stick around till they do, and I'll see you both on Ronik for a safer trip. Your offer is most appreciated, but I don't think my friend here is particularly concerned about the wildlife.
Veronik, Erinville, Veronik!
If this is your first time in Shaloni, I can understand your enthusiasm. It'd be a shame not to ride one at least once in a while you're here.
A fair point. If we're to give you the authentic Shaloni experience, I suppose it's worth the wait. Right. Change of plans. There's a small town nearby. We can pass the time there while waiting.
Take it you're headed up to Konstellations then. I'll have a man bring the Ronik over there. Just mind yourself around the drunkards and troublemakers, eh?
My god, like the blusteriness, like the gray skies, like, wow, it's really setting the mood. Compared to like how green and earthy and lush Yoktural was. What are you wearing? This is a cool outfit. Probably tank.
Last time I was here, it was little more than a camp with a shop of 3.
Well, well. It's become a proper town.
Now hold on a minute.
Actual yeehaw!
Some sort of trouble.
I'm talking to you, you old bastard.
Give me strength.
Everyone here has American accents.
The investigation is closed. There's no refuting the evidence.
I don't give a shit about your evidence, you lying scum. You release my friends, or I'll make you wish you had.
Let me remind you who the scum is here. Your friends, who had the temerity to point their firearms at me, the deputy chief of the Dust Watch.
It is so weird hearing this game with American accents again.
What should we discover but incontrovertible proof that they had committed larceny? They will not be released until they've paid for their crimes.
I'd heard the peacekeeping force had been formed to deal with growing lawlessness. Seems the situation is bad indeed.
Still kicking up a fuss, eh? Sounds like poor Zekua needs his bottle.
Sure he wouldn't prefer his mama's teat?
Oh!
Treat me like a child, will you? My friends haven't done anything wrong, damn it! They've been framed!
Oh, stubborn little runt. Listen here, Zekua. If you want to be treated like an adult, then you'd best comport yourself like one. That means respecting the rule of law. Order may be precarious here in Shaloni, but it can be had if each man does the right thing. And for those that don't, well, they have to answer to the Dust Watch. Now run along and think before you cast aspersions next time. Lest you hurt my feelings.
Fine. If that's how it's gonna be.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Estinian? Oh my god.
Is that?
There's a time to fight and a time to withdraw. For you, that's now.
What?
Not the musty, dusty coat.
Hey. What are you doing, Zekoa? You better not be stirring up trouble.
Wahute, you sack of Ronek shit! This ain't over. You hear me?
Square Enix is just really taking full advantage of the rated T being allowed to say the word shit.
You want to tell me what that was about?
Nothing that need concern you, sir. Zekoa is simply struggling to come to terms with the low character of his friends. But for good measure, I'll have the men keep an eye on him.
Yes, you do that.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go make my rounds.
What?
I wasn't expecting to see your faces among the crowd. Talk is rife, there's a new Dawn servant. Take it you found it then. The Golden City.
Aye, the contest is over. And as I needed to return home to Yasulani, I offered to show our friends some of Shaktural. What brings you north?
Nothing in particular. Just seeing what there is to see.
Well, how did he get a permit then? Going where the wind blows, eh?
Gulul Jaja compensated me rather generously for our duel.
Oh.
Able to enjoy a comfortable life on the road for the foreseeable future. But for now, I shall be moving on. Oh, by the way, I recommend you try the Sabatender. They may not look it, but surprisingly delicious.
Estinian as a character has become so interesting. I did not like him when I first met him. Now he's just like kind of a meme man.
We don't serve Sabotender here.
Oh, here's the real. Okay, there we go.
No sooner than we set out than we run into excitement. At least no one was hurt. This Dustwatch has their work cut out for them. For as long as I can remember, all disputes, big or small, were settled by dueling. The peoples of Shaloni rarely saw eye to eye, and for better or worse, it was the simplest way to settle differences. Since most would sooner not risk their lives, it encouraged parties to pursue peaceful resolutions in a roundabout fashion. The Dustwatch was likely established by supporters of Kona, preferring peace to be enforced through the formal rule of law. A reasonable stance, all things considered. If things ever got out of hand, the Landsguard would be forced to step in. But freedom they have now would be lost under Soralja's authority. All of which is to say that, unless a lengthy stay in a jailhouse appeals to you, be mindful of how you handle your arms in town.
Level up!
I should like to think the stableman has arrived with the Ronik by now. I'll go on ahead to check. If you still want to have a look around, then be my guest. Come and find us when you've had your fill.
Sure is down. I'm so happy everyone has an American accent. I don't have to read British or any accent besides the other characters.
A friend, I take it? Sorry to have kept you both waiting. Unruly wildlife's not the only source of recent distress, I'm afraid. Also been a rise in robberies targeting merchants. As a result, we've got a lengthy list of folks wanting to use our Ronik. Which is why I ask you to stop at Sheshinawezi Springs. That's fine, of course, but why haven't the Dust Watch dealt with this banditry? Kamaka and his fellows are doing what they can, but they reckon the bandits are operating as a gang. Rounding them up is all easier said than done. If you have anything of value, you want to take care. Thank you for the warning. We'll be sure to stay vigilant. Right then. If you're ready to set off, I'll see you on your way.
Thank you.
Yeehaw!
This is your first time, so let's take it slow. Take care not to let it toss you. I continue to be struck by how much Shaloni has changed. That town we just visited wasn't even here several years ago. While few of reliable opportunities to replenish water supplies, travelers turn to nopal tenders. Not just for the water in their stems, mind. Their fruits are also said to be both nutritious and delicious. See that big hole there? Some might hope to find water there, but it is brimming with tellurium. The eruption of flames from within make of the spectacle, inspiring cautionary tales of people who wander too close. The Wallaki, meanwhile, show great reverence to ceruleum and its blue flames. But that is a discussion for another time. We're here. A good thing for those Ronik.
Washoi!
No sooner did we dismount than the next passengers are already on their way. They really are short on Ronik.
Oh well.
Now then. This is Sheshinozi Springs, perhaps the busiest town here in Shaloni. People travel here from all over hoping to find their fortune. The change comes to the Husatawi.
It's so hard to read names here.
Was surprising enough, but this is no less impressive. They've achieved a great deal in the 3 years I've been away. The station is to the eastern side of town, but there should be some time before the next train departs. If you don't mind, I'd like to pay a visit to the old friend of my mentor. Iate is her name. And if she learned that I passed through without saying a word, she'd never let me hear the end of it. She set out from our village some 10 years ago, hoping to earn coin as she traveled about Tural. I can but assume she, too, came here seeking greater opportunities. If any case, let us see if we can find her. Her blue hair should make her easy to spot.
If everyone here has a Yeehaw accent, like, why does he have an Icelandic accent? Was this just like poor foresight? I don't know. Okay, so we got this one. Oh, I think this is a... No, that's Toral. So now we need one more. We need this one. He wanted to live amongst the yeehaws. I'm just so surprised that everyone has like names like this and not like Dirty Dan or something like that. Icelandic or yeehaw? Icelandic or yeehaw?
Yes, I'm Iyate. And who might you be? I'm Dirty Dan, and who might you be?
Here is my friend.
Could it be? Oh goodness, it is.
Oh my god, it's Lamiwar, it's Lamira all over again.
Arenville, yes.
A man grown. You were such a darling little thing as a child.
You know, it's only been 3 years since we last spoke.
Really? Only 3? I suppose it all starts to get hazy after a while, living as long as we do.
Well, this is Iyate. She's known my mentor since they were children.
Nice to meet you. Never thought I'd see the day when you travel with company. You really have grown. Eleneshpia?
Is that what they call you here?
All right. I was born Eleneshpia. I adopted a new name when I became a gleaner, one that adheres to the Eastern Viera conventions, so as to avoid drawing attention. Given that this is a homecoming, it was only a matter of time before you found out. Nevertheless, I would appreciate it if you would continue using my chosen name.
A homecoming? You know, I've been thinking of paying the old stamping grounds my visit myself. It would be good to see Cassio again. She's the finest archer I know.
Oh, he's gonna be the bard.
Elenespia's mother and mentor. Every time I dropped by, she'd treat us to a veritable feast prepared with fresh game she hunted herself.
You're impressive with a bow too, Iyate. Even among the Shitona.
Oh, I couldn't compare to Kasiwa, but her skills at arms pales in comparison to her knowledge of nature. That's what earned her a place among Glul Jajal's traveling companions, that's all, after all. She was always the inquisitive sort, but her journey across Tyrol lit a fire in her. Even after Eleneshpia was born, she often led him in my care so that she could embark on another expedition in search of the unknown. Oh, how you would cry and beg her to take you along. Must have been hard on you.
Iyate, please.
But we're all friends here, aren't we? No matter how many times he asked, the answer was always the same. You can come when you prove you're a true explorer.
Thus she did task me with finding the Golden City. Despite my best efforts, all paths led nowhere. I assumed it was but a dreamer's fancy, A ploy to goad me into experiencing a wider world. But it was real, and we found it.
Oh, you found it?
You found me.
As part of the rite of succession, I assume everyone had heard.
That's amazing. Oh, she'll be thrilled.
And eager to be bombarded with questions, no doubt. Well, we should be on our way.
Thank you so much for stopping by.
Oh. I can't read fast enough.
What was that about?
We'll investigate. Please wait here. No doubt these are the infamous local bandits.
Please, you have to help. I've been robbed.
It's Namika, Wuklamat's nursemaid.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay, never mind.
Aaronville, Orion.
Come any closer and we'll slit her throat from ear to ear. If you so much as nick her skin, you won't live to regret it. Oh, yeah? Hold on. Did he say this is Wuklamat's nursemaid? Maybe this ain't such a good idea. Take the goods to the boss. We'll deal with this.
Oh my god, what's the old lady?
Please, you have to get it back. Please, you have to get it back. You have to.
I can't remember the old lady voice. Oh my god.
I'm going after Namika. This lot I leave to you.
You have to. No, I can't remember right now. Cocky bastard! I'll hang him by the ears and feel the old woman to the dogs.
Okay, this is the old lady voice, okay?
We can deal with him later. First, we'll need to put this one in the dirt.
It's almost like I'm having the same problem. Not problem, but it's almost like, remember how at the start of the beginning of the quest line, like there was a lot of exposition and it's going really slow. That's kind of how I feel like this half is going right now, because we just started the second half. Damn it! This person's faster than me because they have the motorcycle.
Thank you. I don't know what I would have done without you.
The bandits managed to get away, but I have an idea where they're headed. You say they stole something from you.
A bracelet. It was a parting gift from Wook Lamat.
I see. So as close as you two were, I can only imagine how much it meant to you. But what brings you all this way?
With the rite of succession ended and Wook Lamat crowned the next Dawn servant, she's ready to stand on her own. I told her as much and of my plans to return home to Yasulani, and she gave me the bracelet that I might always remember our time together. It filled me with such joy. I wanted everyone to know, everyone to see this wonderful gift given to me by the vow of resolve. And now, it's gone. I wouldn't let them take every coin to my name. If only that had left me that bracelet.
I would ask what you intend to do, but I know that look.
I'll knock him senseless. It's what Wook Lamat would have wanted.
Please, you mustn't put yourself in harm's way for my sake.
I can assure you no harm would come to us. Orion will make certain of that. I understand your methods can be brutal, but it would be wise to show some restraint, lest you would find yourself on the wrong side of the law. Perhaps I should come as well, just to be sure all proceeds as it should.
I don't know what to say. I can see why Wook Lamat put so much faith in you both.
Before anything else, let's see her back to Shesewani Springs. She'll be safer in town, and with Yate there to keep an eye on her, we should have nothing to worry about.
Thank you, both of you.
I want to do another dungeon. Are they still doing MSQ? They're probably near the end. I'm surprised that Raisin is doing the MSQ as Pictomancer. I really would have thought she would have done Dancer. Oh, he's in Solution. Yeah, no, I'm not going to bother him. I'll let him do his thing. What are you wearing? That's a red mage outfit. I can already tell. Q is 300 right now. Okay, take advantage of that, Yonge. Wait, let me hide. Yeah, there we go. Take advantage of that. I'm ahead of you in the story now? There's no way. I would have expected you to be like done by now. Okay, I'm going back to MSQ, so if you need to hop out. 5, 4. You're ahead of me? Okay, yeah. So go do what you gotta do. I'm gonna go continue the MSQ in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That was a perfect hiding spot. Oh my god.
Aaronville told me what happened, and you needn't worry about Namika. If those bandits should find us, I'll kick up a fuss and see them driven off. That bracelet meant everything to her, and those bastards wouldn't care even if they knew. Makes me sick. But at least she's safe, and I know you'll set things right.
We're still at 95.
All right, let's go and recover the bracelet. While I will have nothing but contempt for the bandits, as this involves a gift from Wuk Lamat, we must be mindful of how our actions might reflect upon her. I doubt Namika would find joy in the return of said gift if lives were taken in the process. If it comes to violence, I ask that you stop short of killing them. The rest we can leave to the Dustwatch.
Well, now, that makes me think you're strong. Really strong, are ya?
I may have saved the star on more than one occasion.
You saved the star? That's a bold claim to make. But if true, that certainly speaks to your strength.
If your curiosity has been sated, then please indulge mine. Is there anything you can tell us about these bandits?
Let's see. Well, of late, there's been talk about some unsavory types coming and going from Tonatenyawi to the southwest. Is that the old mining town that was abandoned? That's the one. Now that the ceruleum extraction is a bigger business, no one wants to waste their time picking the dried up veins there.
Sounds like a perfect lair for bandits. Not to mention the one with the bracelet fled in that direction.
So you'll be investigating the place? I can let the Dustwatch know if you like.
No, not yet. It would be best if we went alone. There's something I'd like to ascertain, if you have no objections. Right then, let us be off.
It's like sunset right now, so it's like the hottest part of the day. I'm doing my best. Should I switch over to like, so do I have like a yeehaw gear? I have this one, I can wear this. I think this fits like the region-ish. If I'm like halfway through the game and like it's been 3 days of minimum like 10-hour streams, I'm basically like 30 hours in, so the X-Pack's probably gonna be 60 hours? Probably? What are you wearing? Spending. No, that makes sense. 60 hours for like a long game like this for an expansion.
It seems the bandits have claimed this place for themselves. They've made no attempt to conceal their presence. How can the Dustwatch have not have noticed by now? A question for another time. First, we must find the bracelet. I don't see the bandit who had it. Perhaps they're in one of those buildings. Ramshackle as they are, it should prove a simple thing to eavesdrop on anyone inside. If you would go and have a look about, I'll keep watch for trouble.
My MMO mouse is dying. Hold on. Let me go plug green. You guys remember, what's that one? What brand was it where the song was, plug it in, plug it in? Is that Fabrice? Blade. The bandits will not notice you here. You can safely eavesdrop on any angle. I haven't worn this outfit in a long time, but now I can dye it again with the dual channel. As you lean in to listen, you begin to pick out voices in the muffled chatter.
To know where we'd be without him. Probably shoveling sand, praying we'd strike it rich.
Ain't that the truth? You're only an idiot with working the mines with easier shmoney to be had. Not when we had a boss who can keep the dust watch off our backs.
Hey, watch what you say. The wind's got a way of carrying secrets to the wrong ears.
Maybe so, but who'd ever believe one of them sainted souls was running our crew? That drunk who brought your story about the gold shitting alpaca, am I right? I feel like, wait, something's wrong with the pants. These are not the pants I want to wear. Oh fuck, I can't apply glamour plates here. Do I want this in white? Did I really want this in white? Or whatever. I can't dye the... No, I can't dye the cape! Whatever, this fits the Western aesthetic. I brought back a prize you're gonna love, boss. Have a look at this bracelet. Beautiful, ain't it? Bet it was made by a famous artisan.
You idiot! How are we supposed to move something like this without attracting attention?
Boss, please! Please, I'm sorry!
Reckon we could find a sailor who won't ask questions. Sell it for a song. Here, your reward. Don't bring me this kind of grief again.
I won't, boss. Thank you. Do I really want the pants to be white? I don't think I like that. That's gonna bother me, actually. Maybe even something like this. What color do you think I should do? Maybe this orchard brown? Do I have that? I do. Perfect. I'm such a glamour snob. Oh my god. Wait, was this the one I wanted? Oh, I wanted mole brown. Oops. I definitely have mole brown. I like that. That's one of my favorite browns. There we go, I think. I'll take it. I think when I was making the glamour, I wanted the white, but I just think, well, even now, the brown's a bit too much, but I'll take this for now. Oh, ether current, hello, I need you. I need you, girl. No. That just got me thinking, maybe the next class I'd like to have would be like a whip. I think a whip would be a cool weapon. Like thinking of like Western, like what kind of weapons would fit this aesthetic? Do you think Beastmaster, did they confirm what weapon Beastmaster is gonna use? If it's whips, maybe I'll try it out.
You're always amazing. For another month. Wish you the best.
Thank you for 6 months in the Superstar Sub Club, Hikaru. I really appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. Zako. Oh, that's the guy from the First City. Let me out of here, you bastard! Shut your mouth, you sniveling little brat. Make me! I'll get you all back for framing my friends! The vulture, most of all. You can tell him he can eat shit!
How about we give you the chance to tell him yourself? We'll see how tough you are then. Finished, are you? Let's retreat for now. So, were you able to learn anything? The Reader is a man of the Dust Watch. That would explain why these bandits were able to do as they please. And you say they gave the bracelet to him? It seems we have our work cut out for us. Did you hear anything of note? Sekoa. That's the boy who confronted one of the officers in town, isn't it? And you say they threatened to take him to speak with the Vulture, their leader's alias, no doubt. Fitting for a man who preys on the helpless. Well then, not only do we have a better idea of who's behind the recent rash of robberies and Husatawi, but we should also know who. We also know he has the bracelet. Retrieving it without bloodshed will prove difficult, though, if he's that quick to point a gun at his own underlings. We need to get him alone. You're right. If we confront him with his henchmen around, a violent outcome is all but guaranteed. I might have a plan. There's a small settlement to the southeast of here. Luateninyawasa. Meet me there and I'll explain everything.
what language or culture are these names coming from? Because I have no idea. It doesn't seem like Spanish to me. The Cheyenne Wilds. So we're not going to go to that third city for quite a bit.
If we're to retrieve a bracelet without conflict, it won't be done barging in through the front door. We'll have to lure him out. To do that, we'll avail ourselves of Yeheheseya, dragon-like creatures that live to the south of here. It's their breeding season, you see, and the males would flock to the scent of a female in heat. With a few ingredients and a sample of...
Aaronville?
And a sample of their feces, I can create an attractant that resembles the scent when burned. When we can then lure the Yehehesia into the bandits' hideout, flushing out the Vulture and his gang. Then, while they contend with our flying friends, we can sneak in and search for the bracelet. I'm afraid I must ask you to collect the excrement. While you see to that, I will go and procure the remaining ingredients. And before you say anything, I do not ask of this because of any aversion to feces. It would simply be easier for me to find the specific species of wild plants we require. Here, take these 3 pouches, see them filled, and I will handle the rest.
Ooh, Triceratops. All these dinosaurs, like, remind me of last night for some reason. I don't know why, but my For You on Twitter gave me, like, a lot of tweets about this manga called Dinosaur Sanctuary. I don't know if anyone here knows about it, but I think someone was like, the tweet was like, what are your thoughts about this manga or whatever? And then the mangaka like actually like quote retweeted it and was like, I don't know about the author, but I hear it's a really good story. Good for them. People seem to really like it. They're saying it's like a slice of life and like it's like a Jurassic Park-esque scenario, but like it's a happy, like, you know, it's not, the dinosaurs don't go crazy. It's like the dinosaurs are treated as actual animals. You survey the area but find no poopy. Oh my god, we're finding Oh, she's got the bonk! Gingerly scoop the poop? I'm so sorry. gingerly scoop the feces! I'm leaving. Is that little rat faster than me? Is this little rat mount faster than me? Also, that's such a pretty name. Strawberry Madeline. Finished already, are we? Oh, hell no. Get out of here. Excellent. This will do nicely. All that's left is to mix the feces with the tumbled core fibers. Dried nopal tender root and generous... I think it's gonna come back for us. Wait, can Pictomancers create a healing field? Oh, that's a little bit insane, actually. No, fuck you, I'm killing you, I'm killing you. Excellent, this will do nicely. All that's left is to mix the feces with tumbled cloth fibers, dried nopal tender root, and a generous helping of animal fat. Come, let's get back to Tonatenyawi. Tonatenyawi! Someone in my FC is asking if they want to run the dungeon because they need to level up. I think I might offer because no one else is answering right now. I can go with you if you... Let me switch over to Sage then. Yeah, I'll do a quick dungeon run then. I need some action anyways. I only have healers. Okay. Let's go ahead and do a dungeon run then. My gear is fine. Everything's fine. I just don't have Panheima, but we should be fine. They're barred? Okay. Let me go queue up for Dungeons and Dawntrail. Here we go. I don't remember this dungeon, so we'll see how this goes. Oh, dang, their gear's really good if they have like almost 90k HP. Oh, not my DMV license. I haven't done any dungeons on Sage yet, so I'm excited. Albeit a little nervous, but my first shield is a crit, so that's awesome. Oh, these guys are so yikes. They look like, what's that one Pokemon I hate? Stunfisk? Yeah. There we go. Bakul Jaja. Now that we know what he's actually like, I'm like, you are even more comedically, like, evil during this section of the game. Oh, nice, another crit shield. Actually, Sage gets a new ability at 92, I believe, right? Psyche. Oh, does this take over Dicrasia? Okay, I hope it's pretty then. Wait, no. I have it. I'm at 92. What is this? Oh, that's a pretty ability. Where do I add this into my hotbar? That's another button. Ugh, not another button. Oh, okay, crit shield. Let's do it. Let's do it. crit again? I am so on it today. I'm happy. I haven't had to shield in quite a while. The blankies always makes me so happy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Woohoo! I will admit, it does feel nice to not have to worry about like a million different buttons. But aesthetically, Sage is just not my cup of tea. Oh, this thing's going by really fast, but it's because we have a black mage with us. Ooh, uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. That's quite a lot. That's quite a lot. That's quite a lot going on. There we go. We're good. You're fine. Don't cry. In my eyes and you might find. Bing. That circle, it looks like, almost looks like indignation or like divine saber or something like that, like a tail spell. That's all she wrote. Bending, don't need. Striking, don't need. My MMO mouse. Sometimes the buttons, they don't like to play right. Thank you for the glasses, Blue Moss. Oh, we are slaying. We are slaying. Do I need this? Sure. Oh, I have it already. Never mind. I love how... So it's so funny, right? Because whenever I open up VTube Studio to prepare for the next stream, I always open it up and I see that I have the glasses and the cat ears because by the end of like whatever stream I do previously, you guys end up redeeming both of them. I think it's really endearing. Oh my goodness, we get it. You have a penis. You're not special. Whenever like motorcycles pass by like that, can you guys hear it? Or am I just like complaining to no one? I heard that one? Okay. Oh, Ginger, since you mentioned it yesterday, did you go and get your Indian food like you promised you would? I did? Oh, was it yummy? Go. I had leftovers, so I had it today too. Oh, yummy! Oh, I really want to get Indian food now. Oh, I'll get it tomorrow then. Since I have to go down to Burbank for a session, there's an Indian food place that does lunch specials. And it's like we can get lunch together. Or, like, you know, I'm like a day late, but whatever. Yeah, the details. But also, oh my god, remember how I mentioned that a mango lassi would sound so good? Maybe I'll get one tomorrow. Oh, no, I can't, because I'm gonna be... There's like yogurt, right? So like, I can't. Oh, nope, I'm fucked. It's okay. Another time when you don't have a session? Yeah. I can't have milk. I'm pretty good as a sage. He's gonna plant more of the vine whips. Fine for now. Now I'm not fine. This way. Nice. Nice! We're almost done, too. That wasn't long at all. Yeah, usually I don't mind doing quick dungeon runs because if it's with a party, we usually get them done pretty good. We have a black mage with us, so it's going really fast. Oh my god, they're melting like butter. What a wonderful feeling. Oh, yeah. Yeah, take the shield. You need it. You never know. Ooh, there's a lot. Fucky beam, fucky beam, fucky beam, fucky beam. The fucky beam needs to be on a t-shirt. It's like, because it basically is a laser beam that hits every enemy in a straight line, and then it also heals the party. So that's a big, like, you know, emergency attack. Also, welcome back, Ash Frost. I'm doing good. Nice! Perfect, Dark Knight weapon too. We're at the boss. Sage also just feels like such a fluid mage to play. Oh yeah, no, the weather is really hot right now. Be sure to take care. Once the sun starts setting though, you know, hopefully it can start cooling down. That is a raid wide. Let's prep for it. Boom! No one's dying on my watch. Wanted to go berry picking, but I didn't because it was supposed to rain. Instead, it was super hot and didn't rain until nighttime. Berry picking sounds so cute. Oh, you know what? Actually, there is like a strawberry field here that's known for like the summertime. It's known for events like that. That sounds like a lot of fun. Don't die. Don't die, sweetheart. Fuck you, Beam. Yeah, berries sound so much fun. Take this. Nice! Oh, hell yeah, crit shield! Fuck you, Beam. I'm only 92, so I'll hop out when the dungeon's over. Oh yeah, you came in at the right time because I'm running the 91 dungeon with a FC mate. Shit. 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 Shield, 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 shield. Nope. Ah! Fuck! I gotta get out of here. 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 I gotta get fuck, leave me alone. That tornado's such a bitch. Yeah. Oh. I hope MSQ's treating you well. Yeah, as soon as I finish, you gotta get out of here because I am at 95. But I'm happy that you stopped by to say hi because you saw that I was in the dungeon. Get out of here. Clocking out of Shaktural and clocking into Huanglong. No, you got a dungeon with me. Bye, Gab. I wanted you to run 95 with me.
All right, Mumu, time to clock back on.
But you probably, if you logged out, then you're probably not in. You have to queue in. So yeah, it's fine. Go have fun in Huanglong.
Everything is ready. Time to set our plan into motion. A fair number appear to be gathered in sight. Now's our chance. I'll keep watch from here. The attractant I leave to you. Toss it into the bonfire near the middle of town. The Yehehe Keseya will come soon after.
Give it up for hour number 10! Give it up for hour number 10! Ah, fuck. Get out of here. My god, Cole, thank you so much for spending 10 hours with me again. You're like the one person that's been here since the beginning. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. None of this. None of this. You stop this right now. Feces. Oh, I'm unfazed. Okay. I'm a cat with no sense of smell? What's that smell? Oh, that reeks! What did you put in the fire? Oh, it wasn't me, I swear! Did something die? Someone want to explain that ungodly stench to me? Boss? Over there? Huh? Oh, what in the world? Ah! Run for your lives! So the smoke's what drew them here? I swear when I find out who did this. I'd say our friends have stirred up enough trouble. Time to retrieve the bracelet. Hey, what's going on out there? I'm still in here in case you've forgotten. Sit tight. We'll be back for you. What? You gotta get me out of here now! They're gonna kill me! I'm begging you, please! Shh! They'll hear you! Shit. What was that? Hey, are you gonna help me out or what? The bracelet must wait. Let's break him out and withdraw for now. All that effort and not to show for it. Sorry about that, but Damn! I didn't think anyone would have the balls to take on the vulture.
No need to apologize. We're planning to save you. Eventually.
Ah! Really? And I don't even know who you are. You secret admirers of mine or something? 'Cause, I'm into men too. Not you. I'm just having fun with you. I do appreciate the help.
This man they call the Vulture. I've seen his face before. Was he not the officer you confronted in town?
The one and the same. When he's not masquerading as a gang leader, he serves as deputy chief of the Dust Watch.
That would explain why the bandits are so confident they can avoid capture.
You're trying to get back something the Vulture stole, right? Let me help. It's the least I can do after you bailed me out back there. I have an idea where he's hid his cash. Reckon he's headed there now too. We can go together. I've got a score to settle with him myself.
I don't doubt that you do, but we need to know what it is first. Will you tell us?
Right, so those bandits at Tonatinawi, they're called the Daybreakers, and it was me and my friends that founded the group. But it wasn't a gang of cutthroats, not back then. We just wanted to protect people who couldn't protect themselves. Kids being harassed by bullies, workers being exploited by the mining concerns, folks who needed help to even the odds. That was 3 years ago. And whenever we found someone scheming in the shadows, we settled matters the best way we knew how. With a duel!
I see. By the old laws, anyone who loses in a duel must be held to account for their crimes, even those in positions of authority.
And we made damn sure they did, every time! Before we knew it, our small band of friends commanded a force to be reckoned with. Then, about a year ago, the Vulture and his thugs showed up. He got the better of us and took over the Daybreakers. Everyone was so afraid of him, so they did his bidding without question. But when he showed them what they could make a fortune easily, that was when he really won them over. Now the Daybreakers is nothing but a bunch of bandits and cutthroats who prey on people it was created to protect. Talked it over with my friends, Quicana and Luine. We all agreed the only way to stop him was to challenge him to a duel. He accepted. I still remember how he gloated that he'd win. But when the day came, he showed up with the Dust Watch and had my friends arrested on charges of robbery. As if that wasn't enough, he set their ball at a price no one could ever hope to pay. Them locked away, there was no one left to help me. None of my old friends from the Daybreakers, and certainly not the Dust Watch.
And that's why you were ready to challenge him in the middle of town.
I was, until that guy with the spear stopped me. No sooner had I stopped out of town that the Vulture's minions caught me by surprise. They took me prisoner, then, well, you know the rest.
You said the Dust Watch would be of no help. Are they all working for the Vulture then?
No, not all of them. The sheriff, Kimaka, he's as honest as they come. Staunch keeper of the peace. Problem is, he's a little too trusting and doesn't suspect a thing. If it were my word against the deputy chiefs, what do you think he'd believe?
Well, if he knows where this vulture keeps his spoils, perhaps he can help us recover Namika's bracelet. What do you think?
For what it's worth, I have a plan, but I can't do it alone.
A plan?
All I ask is that you hear me out, but not here. I'll be waiting for you at Shishinuezi Springs. I'm so sorry. I'm so bad at these names.
I guess we can decide what to do after he gives us the pitch.
I think this is definitely going to be my least favorite out of all the new biomes or like areas, just because like I tend to not really like the desert areas. Like I didn't really like Amarang that much either, except for like, you know, the part of the quest that I liked, but you know. Good, you're here. This is where he hides his loot. I expect he'll show up soon. I am literally 2 levels above this. Gotta grab a few things before bed? Yeah, no problem. Well, well, well. Look who it is.
Storing stolen goods here seems risky, but I suppose it's an option for someone with his authority.
Yeah, he moves the spoils in cerulean barrels, where no one would think to look. They're mixed in with regular shipments of fuel to Turiola, where they're sold off. You said he stole a bracelet of yours, right? If he knows you're on his tail, chances are he'll be eager to get what he can for it. But I doubt he'd trust a lackey with that business, given the provenance of the piece. No, I'll wager he's not letting that bracelet out of his sight till he's got coin in hand.
I wasn't sure how to make of you after Husatawi, but I'm glad to see you're more than an impulsive child.
Well, not my finest hour, I'll admit. But there's a lesson in that. The vulture's a slippery bastard. If we're gonna catch him, we need to back him into a corner with hard evidence. That's my plan. First, we need to lure him away from here. Over to Husatawi would be ideal. For that, I need one of you to help me. This'll buy time for the other to search the barrels for any stolen goods. Using that, we'll expose him as a criminal. There's no way to tell if Wihuti's carrying the bracelet, but regardless, there'll be time enough to find out once he's behind bars.
But won't he simply feign ignorance?
Oh, he'll try, and that's when I'll challenge him to a duel.
A duel? That approach didn't work out so well for your friends, as I recall.
True, but unlike before, I'll challenge him in front of the whole town. That way, he won't be able to wriggle out of it like before. Every man, woman, and child of the wilds understands the importance of the duels of the old laws. The deputy chief would never disgrace himself by refusing.
But wouldn't you be breaking the law by using a firearm in town?
It's not as if we'd be using live rounds, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. What's important is that I get him to duel with as many witnesses as possible. When he loses, and he will lose, That'll be the end of the Vulture. The plan is not without flaws, but what do you think? As long as we get the bracelet back. That bracelet's really important to you, huh? Don't worry. I'll see to it you get it back. If you're satisfied, then so am I. I knew I could count on you! I was seen in Netanyahu, so it's probably best I stay here and search the barrels. And you're with me. You'll want to buy your friend as much time as possible and make your way to Husatawi. Once you get the Vulture there, I'll take care of the rest. Alright then, let's get to it! I really hope we're done with this guy, because TBH, I'm so not interested in this questline. This is so obviously, like, filler and padding to try to, like, you know, add more to your playtime. I don't think these guys, like, the significance is, like, you know, helping out Wuk-Lamat's handmaiden, but, like, the Yeheheseya was likely the Shitona's doing. What's his angle? And then there's that brat. It's past time I dealt with him. Oh. Huh? What's this? Oh, an unfamiliar face in these parts. Have you need of the Dust Watch, sir? What? Izakoa tried to rob you, but you apprehended him? I see. So desperate was he to see his friends free from prison, he turned to a law of crime. How awful. You have my sincerest thanks, sir. Might I trouble you to take me to him? I'm gonna skip this. I don't care what this guy thinks. I just want to get this done with. What is this place? I don't see him. Just a little further. I see. Very well, lead on. Tanane grasslands. Is this the place then? Sorry, I'm still learning my way around. This some sort of joke? Evolve. Let's keep moving. Avoid conflict, avoid conflict, avoid conflict. Avoid conflict, avoid conflict, avoid conflict, avoid conflict.
This better be the place.
Oh, now I remember.
My patience is wearing awfully thin, sir. If he isn't at the next place we stop, I may be forced to do something you and I would both dearly regret. All right, where is he? I don't see him anywhere. Where's Akoa? Tell me where he is or I'll bury you in the same grave.
Oh, goodness me. Where might have he gone?
That's it! I've had it with these games, and I've had it with you!
Hey! Hey! Wihute! You looking for me? If you want to place me under arrest, you'll have to work a little harder.
You'll be begging for a cell by the time I'm done with you!
Wahoote! Finally caught up to me, I see.
Well, well, if it isn't our young outlaw. You've taken up stealing, I'm told. Can't say I'm surprised about that, but I am surprised that you'd offer yourself up to be arrested.
Sorry to disappoint, but you're the one who's going to answer for their crimes today.
Hey! That's my jewelry!
And my bag! So you found the stolen goods. That's fine work.
This barrel was at XIV Springs, mixed in with others bound for Tuliyola. The Landsguard would have presumed it part of the regular ceruleum shipments and waved it through. And once it reached its destination, it would have been retrieved, and its contents sold for coin.
The audacity. Do we know who's behind this?
As fortune would have it, I spied the leader of this operation being handed one of the stolen items. A bracelet, which Vau Wuklamat had intended for her nursemaid, Namika.
It was from the Vow of Resolve?
Oh, you've seen it then?
No, no, never. And if I knew who had it, I would have arrested the scoundrel.
Oh? You would have had to arrest yourself.
What's the meaning of this, Woohoote?
It's a setup, sir. I have the bracelet, yes, but I only 'cause I found it. I swear. They're the real criminals. They concocted this scheme to frame me, so they could get me out of the picture.
If you feel your honor's at stake, there's always the old-fashioned way. The law which folks have used to settle their differences for generations.
You don't mean...
Woohoote, I challenge you to a duel. The winner is right, the loser is wrong. Doesn't get simpler than that.
Yeah, have at it.
Let your pistols do the talking!
Please, do you honestly believe you can goad me into playing your game?
You refuse then? Huh. A baby alpaca's got more fight than you.
All right, boy. But remember, you asked for this.
Come on, Zakawa! Give him what for!
Shouldn't we stop him, Chief? Even if it's just rubber bullets, we're in the middle of town.
Be quiet. Just watch.
This is like... So, normally with duels, like, you have, like, pistols, right? Like, these guys have, like, shotguns. It's like the dead of night, too. We don't have, like, the, like, amber sun. This is some boot hill shenanigans.
Oh, you little shit!
Looks like you've gotten slow in your old age, vulture.
This guy better not be our next, like, party member. I don't really care about this guy at all.
You and I are going to have a long talk.
I apologize for dueling in the middle of town. If you want to lock me up, then lock me up. But please, let my friends go. They've done nothing wrong.
You drew your gun within town limits. But Woohoote drew first. Far as I'm concerned, you acted in self-defense. You're free to go.
Okay.
As are your friends.
Ah, you're not such a bad guy after all.
Just a man of the wilds, like you. But to think that Woohoote had taken control of the Daybreakers, it pains me that it happened right under my nose.
What are you gonna do about his crew? Some of them are still in Tonatenui.
Tonatenya-wi.
Those who have broken the law will be taken into custody. But those who haven't will be given the chance to resume walking the straight and narrow. What about you, Zakua? What do you intend to do now?
Why, what I've always done. Protect the weak and help the helpless. The old-fashioned way.
Here, this was Vawuk Lamat's gift for someone, wasn't it?
Yes, a person very dear to her.
I suppose this is where we go our separate ways. My thanks again for your help apprehending the vulture.
Okay, bye, Daddy Catboy.
That ended up being rather complicated than expected, but all's well that ends well.
Phew! Finally, it's over. Couldn't have brought him to justice without your help. Don't know how I'll ever repay you. Na 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 da 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 da. We're still on 95?
Now that we've received the bracelet, let us return to Shishinuezi Springs.
1 second. Yay, dinner! Oh. Will you be staying there long? I'd like to give you proper thanks after I find my friends.
We weren't planning on it, but there's no rush. We'll see you at the springs then.
Oh, this might be ether currents. Yeah. So all the ether current quests, I'm just going to do off stream because TBH, I don't really feel like reading them. I've been doing a lot of reading.
My bracelet! Thank you. Thank you so much. This is more than just a gift. It's a part of me I could never hope to replace. Truly, Wuk Lamat is blessed to have such devoted friends.
Well, I wouldn't put it quite that way. I prefer to think of us more as long-standing acquaintances.
Regardless of how you choose to describe it, there's no denying the depth of your bond, though I'm sure you'll continue to do so. Can't say I'm surprised the Deputy Chief turned out to be the bandits' leader. I always knew something wasn't right about him.
An easy claim to make with the gift of hindsight.
There you are! The real Daybreakers have arrived! I'd like you to meet my two best friends, Quikana and Luine.
If it wasn't for your believing in Zakoa and doing what you did, we'd still be locked up. You have no idea how satisfying it was to see that bastard Wee-Hoo-Wei put behind bars.
We never gave up hope that Zakoa would find a way to get us out. He always was the best of the Daybreakers. Glad he was able to convince you to go along with his plan.
Unfortunately,
our group is smaller now, lacking in strength besides. Some outlaws might see us as an easy target.
Even so, if anyone should give the Dust Watch the slip, the Daybreakers will be there. We'll train night and day, so no one will get the better of us ever again. Isn't that right?
Right, and you'll teach us how to draw your pistol so fast, won't you?
Well, we won't need to duel if it all goes as it should.
But on the off chance that it doesn't, we'd best make sure everyone can match or beat my speed. We owe you a great debt, and one of these days, I'll be sure to repay it. On that, you have my word. Till we meet again.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I shall find a quiet place to rest. As I'll be here a while yet, though, do let me know if there's any way I could be of assistance.
But you're not planning to take the train home?
Our train service has been suspended, didn't I tell you?
You mentioned such a thing. Oh, no such thing, my bad.
Something about the tracks being damaged in the last quake. The tunnel was closed as well.
An earthquake? It must have happened when we were still down south.
There have been quite a few tremors of late, and a rather large one struck not long before you two arrived. I can only hope that no one was hurt. At any rate, if you want to know when service will resume, you could speak with the station master yourself.
Let's do that. The station is just over there.
I'm like regaining my energy with this lumpia. With every bite, I feel my strength coming back.
It seems people aren't too happy about the train delays.
I'm so sorry, but we're not sure when the train will be running again.
You've got to be joking. Of all the places to get stuck at on the way.
Please don't tell me you've come to complain too.
Oh, we have. At least in my mind, I am.
We heard that the earthquake had caused disruptions and wanted to ask when operations would resume. But I see that it will be a while yet.
I'm afraid so. Too few hands for too much work. It's time-consuming enough to inspect the tracks after every quake, but this last one we got after the succession ceremony was massive. Made a mess of a whole bunch of railroad ties.
The succession ceremony? We would have been in Tuliyollal at the time. If it was as violent as you say, we should have felt it as well.
I have to admit, it was a touch strange, having seen my fair share of tremors. If I had to describe it, it felt more like the rumbling from an explosion.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Seriously? You're offering to help?
What about you, my friend? If you'd rather strike out on your own, I understand.
It's not like I got a choice.
If you were willing to lend us a hand too, we'd be truly tremendously grateful. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm Shenza, by the way. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. If you would please step inside, I can introduce you to everyone.
Sorry for dragging you into this.
There they are. That's them, the 2 volunteers. Walika is our station master, and over there is our top driver, Nitoikwe. And this grizzled mug is Zapia, an engineer who joined around the same time as me.
Okay, Zapia.
Much obliged for the help. I'll make it worth your while, I promise.
This, we know who the audience for this is. We also know who the audience for him is, too.
Something the matter?
And the audience for him. They're all like intersecting Venn diagrams. Would you happen to be a fan of trolleys?
Trolleys? They're fine, I suppose, but they're no match for our cerulean-powered engine.
I was gonna say, this reminds me of Amarang a lot.
Absolutely glorious, let me tell you. If you'd like to bask in her beauty, well, you should visit the depot behind the platform.
Right then. What I'd like you two to do is help us procure timber. We'll be using it to fashion new railroad ties, so it needs to be the strongest stuff we can get. In these parts, that means the trees in the Piata-Yonan Plain. It is Hetsaro territory, though, so we need to get their permission first. Come on, no time to waste.
Yummy. There's no small number though small number Though no small number live in Shaloni, I must confess that I've never visited the home of the Hetsaro. As they largely live in accordance with older traditions, I suspect that they may have a dim view of the railroads. We're finally at 96. I'm sorry, but 95 took forever. And I honestly feel like 96 is gonna be a drag too. Come, let's follow Walika. There's another station on the way, so be sure to drop in. The train will be in the depot, but you can see it from outside. Oh, wrong guy. I'm quite taken with the sleek design of the head end myself, though if you peek through the window, you could probably catch a glimpse of... Enough jabbering, Shenza. Thanks to these two, we finally have some real work to do, so let's get to it. I'll see you later. I suppose there's no harm in stopping at the station. It's on the way, after all. I don't know, for people, if anyone's watching that's like past this part of the MSQ, what are your like thoughts about this? Because I truly feel like this is just a filler episode. It's like, this is a 24 episode anime and they're trying to fill out that 24 episodes. Wait, can we go here or no? There might be a mountain. Oh, I know, I see a... I'll just wait till I get there.
I must confess, the train is an impressive sight. How easy it must be to ship goods throughout the wilds now.
Right. Mewahed Sun should be to the northeast of here. Let's continue on. Oh, perfect, we're heading there. Let me attune with the Aetheryte first. Here we go. Man, how many water bottles did I go through today? I think I've gone at least through like 6. Time to open number 7.
Ah, there you are. The village is just up ahead. Truth be told, I never had direct dealings with the people of Mewatasoan, but I do know their traditions mean a great deal to them, as does the land.
Ah, such lovely clean air. Feels like a treat after the overpowering ceruleum of Shishenuesi Springs. The waters nearby are just as pristine. It's a paradise for people and animals both. I'm glad you appreciate the blessings of nature as we do. Greetings, travelers, and welcome. I'm Huato, chief of Mewatasoan. This is my son, Shepeto.
A pleasure to meet you.
I thank them for your warm welcome and apologize for our sudden intrusion. I'm Waulika, station master of Shaktaral Railing. The recent earthquakes have damaged our tracks and we require timber to make repairs. This is Orion and Aaronville who have volunteered to assist us with the restoration effort.
Hello. You have a curious air about you, of oil and steel, tanned leather, and the faintest hint of meadows awash of unfamiliar flora. I gather you're not from these lands?
I hail from Eorzea.
Huh? Truly? I would love to know more about you and the lands you've seen.
I am told your people hold the traditions in the highest, and I gather you're curious about those of others as well. But of course, nature is boundless, and as is our love of her lands and her children. The Hetso, in particular, have done much to guide our way of life. We're to hunt, to gather, and lay our heads. The Hetso teach us all these things and more. It is for that reason, I believe, that we're tuned to the shifting winds around us. I see. The word Hetso. It means leader of souls in the Hetsaral tongue. Does it not? It does. There are many creatures referred to as Hetso among the Hetsaro. Here, we looked at the Ronique for guidance. However, as you may have gleaned from our use of ether rites, while we are committed to our traditions, this does not mean we reject all outside influences. That said, there's certain things that give us pause. We will furnish you with the timber you require, but first, as neighbors in this land, we ask that you indulge us in a discussion. We'd be glad to, of course. Wonderful. You not often receive guests come such a long way. My son's always delighted to hear their tales. Now, if you follow me... I'll speak frankly. We fear the winds of change will soon bring misfortune to the land. The Ronique have made their potential for danger plain. As you may have heard, their temperament has become erratic of late. A stableman near the Husatawi mentioned that. Do you know what has caused this? We have our suspicions. Since others were drawn to this land by ceruleum, Shaloni has undergone a transformation. And the railroads are a part of that. As strong and resilient as they may seem, Ronique are sensitive creatures. The roar of the train as it thunders through the plains may well cause them distress.
As my father said, we do not necessarily reject outside influencers' innovations, but in this, we can't help but worry.
Understandably. I thank you for being forthright. This matter concerns not only the Hetsaro, but all of Shaloni. Perhaps we should bring it to the attention of Valkona. Valkona, you say? We only know him through rumors, but he's apparently... How should I say this?
Move, I'm gay.
Hardened and aloof, he values technological advancement and efficiency to the detriment of all else.
Mind your tongue, Geppetto.
Well, there's a grain of truth to the rumors. He's not nearly as bad as they make him out to be. He's a passionate man who cares for his people like his sister.
Is that so? That's certainly a side of him we weren't aware of.
Orion fought beside Valkona on the right of succession. I'd take his word over rumors.
You took part in the right of succession?
You were that close to the Dawn servants? I was grateful for any help, but had no idea I required a bona fide hero.
Hey, Biddle.
The succession of Dawn servants filled us with an uncertainty for the future, but there's clearly much we do not know. On this particular occasion, the winds of change are not meant to be feared. No, we must open our hearts and minds that we might see Valkona for who he truly is.
You think you might visit someday?
Just as his father offered us guidance, I'm hopeful that he will do the same. Thank you for hearing and allaying our concerns. I'm glad we could speak. As for your timber, we have freshly cut logs near the lake. Please take all that you require. We're terribly grateful. I promise that we'll keep the Ronik foremost in our minds as we continue to work on the railroad. And if needs be, we'll seek Valkona's counsel. My thanks again for your time in this timber. We shall endeavor to return the favor.
I hope to see you again soon.
A village of cat boys.
We've more than enough timber to fix the ties. Now we need to transport it to the station, which will be a bit more involved than I thought. Didn't expect we'd be given so much. I'm waiting here a spell while I'll round up a few more hands in a Ronik. Won't be long. I'm glad that went well. It seems we don't need to make several trips for the timber.
Oh, I don't get anything else until Sunshine. Okay. I get a third charge of essential dignity, though. That's cool. Item level 669. Of course they were going to do that. Why would they not? Also, did I say welcome back, Ginger? I'm sorry. Welcome back. Bing bong. It's okay, lol. Lemao. Wow, it's already almost 9.
While we wait, we could get started moving the timber somewhere more accessible. Shouldn't take long if we split the work.
Wait! Wait, she's just carrying it! Wait! You have 2 minutes? Oh. Oh my god, look at how goofy I look. I'm just running around with this giant crate. I kind of want to, like, stop, but, like, if I hold it off for later, then I'm just gonna get bored doing this later, so I might as well just power through it now. It's just, we're back at the beginning, like, you know how I talked about my gripes about, like, how the beginning's just padding and exposition and stuff? Like, I'm just doing that again, you know? Also, give it up for hour number 11!
I should think this will be enough. That was mighty kind of you to move all that lumber. Sorry we didn't make it back sooner. We'll see to the rest.
Once we've repaired the tracks, we'll have you on the first train out of town. Ain't that right, Chief?
As much as I'd love to make it so, there aren't any spots available.
What?
You'll have to wait for the one after. I'm afraid you'll be riding free of charge, though. It's the least we can do to repay your kindness.
That's fine. Namika and no few others were here long before we arrived. It's only right that they go before us.
Oh, they're gonna pat us with more quests until then?
I hope you'll stop by and see the train off. It's a breathtaking sight, let me tell you.
And Nitowique will be driving. No engineer compares to her, and it's always a treat to watch her work.
The only one we should be worried about is our own, Shenza. We still got more work to do.
I'll find somewhere quiet near the station to pass the time. If there's anything else in Shaloni you're keen to see, I'll leave you. I know I want to get out of Shaloni. I want to get out of Shaloni.
Like, we're doing all this, and like, Solution 9, like, we were so close to seeing it, and then, like, you know, the first son is like doing his scheming and stuff, and like, we're just freaking around in the freaking desert.
Sorry, I had to get it out of my system. I know this is to like enrich the game and the lore and the world building and all that, but like I just don't care right now. Had your fill of the sights? Well, they appear to be almost finished.
Several cutscenes will play in sequence, okay. Yeah. Please be voiced.
Glorious grand machine indeed. I hope Namika was able to secure a seat.
Here she comes!
Bye-bye!
Thanks to you, we managed to resume service much faster than anticipated. You have our gratitude.
There's nothing so enchanting as a cerulean-powered engine in motion.
Ain't that the truth? Don't think I'll ever tire of watching them chugging along. They make wagons look like toys.
And so long as we can lay the tracks, she can go on and on and on. Before you know it, she'll be crossing the entire continent.
Railroads are a somewhat recent addition to Tural. As it stands, we can only ferry folks as far as Yassolani. And from an operational standpoint, we still have much to learn. There's always some problem or another to deal with.
Don't I know it?
But we'll keep working at it. We'll hone our craft and continue expanding till one day our trains are running coast to coast. That's the ultimate dream. Goodness, I completely lost track of time. By now, I expect the train will be nearing Yassolani. When it returns, we'll see you on your way. So if you've got any preparations to make, you better make them quick.
Not another one! You can't be serious.
Not the sky, like, desaturating.
Gods have mercy.
What in the flying? What's happening? Oh, the train! Nitobekwe and the others!
Oh!
My home lies that way as well.
We're going to investigate. Right now!
Huh? Oh. Here we go. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, uh-oh, they're headed for Tuliolal.
What in the world? Are they heading for Tuliolal?
We need to get back right away. Thank you. I was like, we cannot be doing this filler.
Heavens forfend.
You're here. Good, good. They came from the sky and attacked without any warning. The people need our help.
Not these, like, Squid Game guys.
Can you stand?
Try to remain calm, everyone.
Is that not like Squid Game?
I don't know what they are, but they're not men.
Yeah, it is. I didn't watch Squid Game, but I think the visors looks very, you know, iconic. It's very Squid Game. Not the old people, come on. Ooh.
Someone help me, please! Oh! Oh!
Bastard!
I don't like scary things, but I love that show. Damn, if you didn't like it, or if you don't like scary things, if you watched it, that says a lot.
What did it just do?
Yeah!
Thank you.
I told you! See? He was resolved first.
Save the fakes. Just get to safety.
Is he actually gonna join our party?
I'll hold the line here. Fall back
Okay,
to
no.
the palace.
Okay, got it.
Quickly, before it's overrun.
Thank you, Bakojaja.
These look so out of place. It's really funny.
This is simply how I do things now. So, who wants to taste my blade next?
Storyline waifu alert. Oh, he's back! He didn't die! Oh, it's Garrus Vakarian! It's Mass Effect!
That you should still live.
Zoralcha?
By the gods, what has happened to you?
He bought the immersion-breaking DLC.
This is your butchery, isn't it? After everything you've done in service to the throne, how could you betray us?
My demand is simple. The dissolution of Tuli Yolal and surrender of all its territories. Refuse, and I will kill every last one of you.
Yeah, you and everyone else that I've ever faced says this.
Gone mad?
You're not special. Get in line.
No, my ambition remains unchanged. To teach the masses the folly of war, that they cry out for peace, and thus unite the world.
What has changed you so much and in so short a time? To harm the very people you swore to serve. This is an unforgivable deed committed by my son. My son!
Oh, here we go.
You have heard my ultimatum.
And you will have my answer. By my hands, I will end your madness.
All right, everyone. Let's say bye to Papa.
I should be the one to do this.
No. His sins are mine to bear.
Everyone say bye to Papa. It's been real. It's been nice.
Fear not. Ozoralja is strong. He has never been Father's equal in combat.
No, this is where we learned that Soralja is like out of this world strong now.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
Here it comes.
Farewell, Soralja, my son. And forgive me.
I'm sorry. Bye, Dad. He's not gone, though. They can't just easily get rid of him like that. He's gonna get up and stab him while he's closing his eyes. Oh. Girl, turn back, turn back, turn back, turn back before it's too late. It's too late. Turn back, turn back, turn back.
Despite his old age, the mighty Gulul Jaja remains a fearsome foe indeed. You retain the vitality of two souls, despite the passing of one. I shall even the odds.
Oh. Uh-oh. Okay, bye, Father. Goodbye, it's been real. Yep.
Papa?
Oh, we're playing Fire Emblem now, kids.
Even the blessed are mortal.
Father!
You are no match for me.
Murderer, on my honor, as vow of resolve, I'll make you pay!
She's not gonna die because, like, she's, like, the main girly, but, like, she might get hit.
Faint-hearted girl would live up to her title. Very well. If only to demonstrate the disparity between us, I give you a chance to prove yourself. Rally the entirety of your strength. Lay siege to my kingdom. Strike me down, like I did father. Then, will you be his worthy successor?
She can't do it. She has too much kindness in her heart.
Sriracha, wait!
My warships will remain in your skies. When you fail to prove your worth, I shall order them to lay waste to Thuli Yolal. Choose your next steps wisely.
I'm a healer too! Let me heal! Even if it's useless for the cutscene! Father, no! This cannot be! How could this happen?
I can scarcely believe my eyes.
We did everything we could. Everything. But it simply wasn't enough.
12 have mercy.
No. Papa can't die. He can't.
Not now, Jingle! That's so awful. Oh my god. The Jingle playing like in triumph as Papa's dying.
Stop!
No! I knew this set existed. But I can't believe it.
How could this happen?
Enough. I am beyond saving.
Father, please. You can't give up.
Are you there, a friend?
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Look after my children.
What? I'm an old fossil like you. I've only got so many years left.
But if that's what you want, it would be an honor.
You and I must go on another journey together someday.
And they were roommates.
Aye, you can count on it.
Oglamat. Kona.
Yes, Papa.
The graves of the Yokwi. You saw them, yes? I always found their teachings comforting.
Please, Father, you must save your strength.
Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. Through you, my hopes survive. Through you, I live on. So do not mourn me. Walk tall and see our nation to a brighter future.
What can we do now?
Gloljaja was so proud to be succeeded by his children. To think that he will never get to see them carry on his legacy. At a time like this, we must take the initiative. There will be countless people in need of help.
I don't understand. If only I'd been more careful.
We must see to the people. Assess casualties, as well as any damage done to the city. Yes.
Right. So,
Vawuk Lamat, Valkona, I bring word from the city. The enemy has withdrawn, and the Landsguard have begun rendering aid to the people. Casualties within our ranks have hindered progress, but we continue to do all that we can. Sorry about that.
I thank you for the report. Please inform the guard they are to prioritize such efforts until further notice.
The people. I need to help them.
We will assist in whatever way we can, of course.
Thank you. Thank you. There are sure to be wounded everywhere, more than I can count. We'll split up and help all of them. You can count on us. Alfino and Alice, can you take Bayside Bevy and Kryl and Erinville, the palace perimeter? As for Orion, please come to the Resplendent Quarter with me. We'll all meet back here afterwards.
Oh man. Yeah, we can't enter the throne room, I think. The music is so sad. Oh, now we have the ships outside too. Does this mean we're in like a different version of the city compared to like people at the beginning of the game? Let me see if Raisin is here. She's in Praetorium. Girl, what are you doing?
My thanks. I'll be fine now. But we failed to protect the people. Why did so many have to die? Where were Val Luklamat and Valkona? Not to blame. I understand, I do, but I need to clear my head.
Oh man. No more happy jazz.
Thank you, sir. But my husband and son, they were...
Thanks. I think I'm all right. Did you see them? Those soldiers. They looked like people, but they killed, and killed with no hesitation. If they attack us again, how can we hope to defend ourselves? We scarcely any time to welcome our new rulers, and now this? Can't we have a day of peace in this damned country?
Where are you hurt? Thank you. I thought I was done for. I heard something disturbing. The enemy leader. They say he looked like Soralja. But that can't be true, can it? Why would the first promise attack his own people? But if it was him, is he going to come back? What if we do if he does? Thank you. The pain is better now. But I can't stop shaking. Where did they come from? Why did they attack us? And why are those things still in the sky? We had peace under Chacha. We were safe. But now... You finished aiding the people here? Thank you. There were children among the wounded. Children! No. Now isn't the time. There are still others who need help. Could you go see how things are at Talon March? And afterwards, go find Alice at Bayside Bevy. There's no evidence of significant damage from the battle. The fighting did not spread this far, it seems. Mia's here. We're in the same area. I guess I just see it different than she does. The fresh scorch marks on the ground are doubtless from the enemy assault.
It's just so funny because she cannot tell that my version of the city is an absolute shambles. This guy's really gonna give me a quest in the middle of all this?
Must answer my calling.
Take care, Ginger. The shop appears to have weathered the chaos, though its wares have been strewn across all over the floor. I love that that's how I know you're going to bed now. The port remains unscathed, but the enemy ships continue to loom overhead. That's so fascinating how they can have it so that, like, we're all in the same town, but, like, we see it very differently, personally.
I've helped all those I can find and seen them delivered into the Landsguard's care. As many casualties as there are, it would have been worse if the Landsguard hadn't fought as bravely as they did. And if Zorolja actually meant to harm the people. I mean, look around. The buildings are hardly damaged. I suspect his aim was more to incite fear, to show that he could strike whenever he pleases. But we can discuss that later. How's lamaty'i? The way that we're all calling her that now. Even after what happened to her father, she's trying so hard to fulfill her duty to the people. Still, everyone has her limits. She needs rest. And soon. Someone mentioned seeing her head towards the shore. Perhaps she's gone to the to Gleam Sands.
Steady now. I've brought you medicine. Drink.
There you are, lamaty'i. I was beginning to...
Come on. Take it. Please.
lamaty'i. lamaty'i!
How could I?
Look at me, lamaty'i. You need rest. You and him both. I will tend to this soul.
But my people... I have to help them.
The Landsguard have matters well in hand. Trust in them. If there's another attack, your people will need you to protect them. They'll need you to be sharp. So please rest. Consider it your duty.
I stood before them all. Said that we'd build a nation where everyone knows happiness. So much for that promise. What good is a vow of resolve who cannot save her people?
We'll handle this together.
You'll stick with me. Thank you. My head's a little clearer now. I need to concentrate on what I can do, rather than what I can't. We've dealt with unfriendly factions before. From Yokhui still longing for conquest, to adherents of blessed siblings, people who are unwilling to listen. Even so, I believed that by learning about one another and engaging in good faith, we could peacefully settle our differences. And we did. My brother is different. There will be no reasoning with him. He killed our people, our father. He'll stop at nothing to achieve his goal. What's more, he has power. The power to destroy the peace we've worked so hard to preserve. If I'm to protect that peace, then I must fight. I must confront Zorolja and kill him.
I'm fine. Just need a moment to settle my nerves. Sitting around complaining isn't very leader-like, is it? So much has happened so quickly. I struggle to make sense of it all. The strange soldiers. Those floating ships. The new powers Zorolja commands. Given everything he's done, and still intends to do, I know I can't afford to run headlong into battle. Not this time. I cannot let this terrible pain in my heart lead me astray. But I will make it my strength. The strength to do what I must. Right. I'm heading back to the palace. I need to talk strategy with Kona. But you and the others join us in a while. However we decide to proceed, I want you all to be aware of it. Oh, and can you tell Alice I'll be alright? She's probably at XIV. Man, this is a lot, but I will say, and I say this every single time I play this game, Bethan, Alice's voice actress, eats it every time. She's hands down my favorite in the entire cast here. So whenever I'm like really like just being like that actor, like they ate it. For context, if a lot of you guys like don't really know like how these usually go, especially in games when there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of lines, we don't have a lot of time to get these down. Usually, like how it usually goes is you have the script and they'll give you the context and you do 3 versions of the line. You have to work with the context and you record 3 different takes of it. And then sometimes like they'll be like, okay, I'll take this one, or no, let's do this. Let's do it like this because like in context it's like this. And usually like the goal, there's no set like number or of like lines that people want to get. Like there's no hard set number, right? But the average is like, you know, for games around like 60 to 100-ish per hour, maybe, right? Assuming that there's like short lines and stuff. Like obviously if it's long paragraphs it's different, right? But like with that context, a lot of these actors they really just have to phone it in, right? And Alice's voice actress kills it every single time. She knows, like she just really gets the scenes.
Oh, you're back. By that, I take it to mean lamaty'i is feeling better. She needs to be strong for the people of Tural, I understand that. But she doesn't have to do it alone. So if she intends to fight, then we fight together. That said, I wish I knew exactly what we were up against.
Also, like, because like we're all like calling her lamaty'i now, the tenderness in her voice when she says lamaty'i, I just like, oh, I buy it. I believe it. That's not an actor. That's a character. That is the character. And it's her reality. That's the other thing is like to really just make it sell is like when you are reading it as if it's your reality, right? And it's not you're reading a line. Ah, what a masterclass in acting.
It's clearly not a person. But it doesn't look like any automaton or magitech weapon I've ever seen. As far and wide as you've traveled, perhaps you've encountered something similar before. Would you mind taking a closer look? May yield some clues as to Zoraljar's new powers.
From a distance, it appeared to be simple armor, but upon closer inspection, its construction is quite intricate. The material form which is made of is unclear, and you see no signs of a power source. The general shape of this weapon resembles a gun, but its construction suggests it's far more advanced than anything you've seen before. In place of where eyes or a mouth might be, you see a strange sigil on the front of this helm.
So, what do you think?
Looks like a person, but it's clearly mechanical.
Indeed. While it resembles a person, it has features that make it uncanny. The lack of a face, not least of all. Did you see any sign of a power source? So it probably doesn't run on ceruleum or any other conventional fuels. I tried channeling ether into it earlier, but there was no response. That would seem to rule it out as an arcane entity. It's completely lifeless now. A far cry from the unstoppable enemy it was in battle. Even the material it's made of is a mystery. Rather than a metal, it's more akin to stone. Wait, haven't we seen this somewhere recently?
We have the Sky Deep Cenote.
That's right! The glowing stone used in the chamber with the gate to the Golden City! And while the soldiers are a different color, the warships are the same black as the stone of the gate itself. There has to be a connection. Let's share our observations with the others while we gather at Sunperch. The sooner we get to the bottom of this mystery, the better.
Terravon raid? Are you guys raiding right now? There we go. Tara, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, gamers. Hiya, hey. If you guys are new here, nice to meet you guys. My name is Kieran. I am a magical boy idol VTuber, as well as a queer Filipino-American voice actor for animation, anime, and video games. If you guys like Fire Emblem, I provide the English voices of Sane and Rickard in Fire Emblem Heroes. And if you guys are watching anime this season, I play Percival in the Seven Deadly Sins, 4 Nights of the Apocalypse.
And I also played Takuma Shippo in the regular Magic High School.
But welcome in. Hope you guys had a great stream. What were you guys doing? Metroid Dread. Hope you guys had a good time. Oh, it's Metroid, yeah.
I needed to go into the vault, but it's not going. Oh my god, that scared me. And if I don't move, the thing is not gonna fill up. And I'm not gonna be able to use it again, but I can.
The game is amazing, but it's really hard. I've heard Metroid's really hard. Yeah. We're currently playing Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail. We're pretty late in the game now, so there's a lot of spoilers. If you need to go, please take care of yourself. It's no problem whatsoever. Go drink some water, go give yourself a nice stretchy, and don't forget to take your meds if you're going to be going to bed. But otherwise, if you guys want to stick around, feel free to sit back and relax. Maybe not relax, because we're at a very tense moment in the game right now. But otherwise, thank you so much for sharing your community with me. I really appreciate it, and I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. Just for anyone that needs to go, I'm going to be going back to the game. Oh, actually, really fast. Welcome in, Tara. Welcome in, Cecilia Bot. Welcome in. My name is Daito. I hope you guys had a good time. I'm going to be going back in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So basically, like, a lot of stuff is going down right now. The city's kind of like in turmoil. And I was just talking a little bit about like the acting in the game because it's really good. So for context, for those of you like, you know, not a lot of people may know this, but actually when it comes to specifically video games, if like the cutscene is just like an engine and stuff, right? Where it's like a basic thing where it's not like pre-rendered or what you would call it? Like anything like that. Like if it's a basic cutscene that, you know, is using the game's engine, usually actors don't see that, right? So the context is only provided within like the script and the directors and stuff. Obviously for things like what is it called, like CGI or like pre-rendered cutscenes and stuff like that, like where it looks really flashy, like that the actors do see those scenes. But when it's like a regular cutscene in the game, actors don't see it. So like when, I don't know, like, it's so... You can just tell when an actor, like, is so in tune with that character. And it's so amazing. It's so amazing. Like, I love Alize's actor so much because she just eats it. Even the villains. The villains are obviously, like, a lot of people have fun, like, with villains because they're just so, like... The thing about villains is that to be such a believable villain, you really have to make the stakes your reality. Like... You are believing that you are the one in power and in control, right? And like when you put yourself in such an emotional and vulnerable scene, like the biggest thing is like listening to breaths, right? When you feel that like breathiness, the shakiness. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I love it. It's so technical. I think games, it's so difficult. I think all forms of acting are like have their own difficulties and stuff, but games, it's so hard because like you have to work with something you don't even see sometimes. And it's awesome. It's amazing. It's not just the actor too, it's a team effort. You know, it's the director, it's the clients that are working for the company. No, they give you the so yes, they give you the context. They tell you what's going on in the scene. What I'm trying to say is, so basically, when you have like hundreds of lines in a game, right? You usually don't see the actual scene itself. Like you don't see the picture of the scene that's going on. You see the line and you see like the context of what's going on. And you have to work with that. And it's sometimes like, that's why it's just so, it's such an art. It's an art. And I love it. I love talking about it so much because when people kill it, they kill it.
Looks like everyone is here already.
So something like this, where this is obviously using the game, like we would not be seeing the scene.
Thank you for coming, everyone.
We would just have the script.
And thank you for taking charge in the relief effort. We would have fared far worse without you.
Yeah, usually it's like, maybe it's like in the recording process, like this isn't animated yet. And like, it would also just take too much time to be looking at this. Like when you're going through hundreds of lines within like in the hour or two, because usually it's like 2 to 4 hour sessions. When you're going through hundreds of them, like you don't have the time to be looking at this. That's why anime and stuff takes a lot longer to work on than games. But of course, anime is shorter because it's 20-minute episodes.
Someone had to do it, that's all. Come, let's take stock.
In terms of casualties, at least 50 died in the attack. And many times that number are wounded. All available healers are seen to their care.
Welcome in, Angora.
Structural damage at least is limited, so essential business can be conducted without issue. That said, the people are understandably shaken. We must assuage their fears and begin working to restore things to normal as quickly as possible.
Now, the most confounding mystery remains our enemy. And their mechanical soldiers created with technology that surpasses anything I've ever seen. What is their nature? And how did Zoralja manage to bring them under his command? Such things remain unknown.
They emerged from the dome encasing Yasolani. We're quite certain of that much.
Speaking of the dome, we have some theories, I'm told.
Indeed. I would like to call upon some helpers to join the discussion. May I invite them here?
By all means.
It's me. Permission has been granted. You can come in.
Banquet in Urianger?
Greetings, everyone.
Graha? Oh, all right. Here we go, Mr. Meow Meow. Yes, let's go! Mother! Mother! That's Mother! That is Mother!
Raha! Y'shtola!
After that long voyage, I had hoped that we might be afforded a moment's rest. But I gather circumstances are quite dire.
Mother! Mother!
All is well in the annex, never fear. I've already dealt with the most pressing matters, and others hold the fort in my absence.
changing of Dawn servants, Galul Jar Jar spoke about the Golden City to his two successors. Thanks to Wook Lamart, I was allowed to attend that meeting. What I heard led me to conclude that this was a matter for the students. Thus did I call upon our comrades who possess the requisite expertise. It was actually after that the dome manifested. But, based on what we know, I have reason to believe that it is connected to the Golden City.
I'll answer your question in just a bit.
While we're eager to help, we have limited familiarity with the situation. Might we trouble you to explain from the beginning?
As you know, it was a letter I found tucked away in the Baldessian Annex that brought me to Tural. A letter from the Dawn servant addressed to my grandfather, sent some 20 years ago.
The request to investigate the City of Gold.
Indeed. The strange thing is, there was mention of neither Tural nor the city in our records. Hoping to learn the truth of my grandfather's mission, what he did and saw, I volunteered to help in the rite of succession. At the end of which, I was able to hear the tale from Galul Jar Jar. Like us, my grandfather went to the deepest chamber of the Sky Deep Cenote. And, like us, he saw the gate to the Golden City.
Is that what you required our help with? This gate?
It was. You see, the gate was opened once in the past. And
it led to another reflection.
Oh!
I can take the story from here. Considering my part in these affairs, I reckon maybe I'm best equipped to speak on the matter. I was there too, you see. In those ruins, together with Galuf and Galul Jar Jar. And what I saw that day, I'll never forget.
Gooped and gagged. Gooped and gagged.
This black stone is remarkable.
That's what Galuf looks like?
I cannot help but wonder if the structures in this part of the ruins were built by a completely different civilization.
It was over 1,000 years ago that the giants mined here. Their records make no mention of glowing stones.
It harbors high concentrations of ether, and on the surface are what appear to be arcane patterns. They aren't Allagan, or Mahi, or Nemian. If anything, they put me in mind of the calculations of the South Sea Islanders, but even then...
Seven hells!
Getting ram.
What did you do?
Nothing.
earthquake?
He got teleported to the other reflection. That's why they can't say where he went or what happened to him. What are we going to the 9th?
None of this has ever happened before.
A void gate? Nay, this is different.
Cryle? Is that Cryle? Not Lalafell Larsa.
Baby?
What did you expect?
Now hold on. Why would you...
Now what's this? What is this? Who are you?
Oh, Cryle.
Though it never opened again, Galuf continued to study the gate for years after that, hoping to learn something of value. All he could conclude was that it was built with unknown technology, and that it led to another world, one apart from the void. We'd assumed the ruins themselves were the Golden City, only to discover that the real prize actually lay beyond the gate, and beyond our reach. Couldn't make head nor tail of the artifact either. As it had similar properties to the black stone in the ruins, we were convinced it was important, so Galul Jaja took it to the palace for safekeeping. Galuf, meanwhile, took the baby with him back to Sharlayan and raised her as his own.
Oh.
Then the child was...
something inside the letter to my grandfather. It was apparently found amongst my swaddling clothes.
If this is true, then it means that you hail from another reflection.
So it would seem. I still struggle to take it all in myself. Looking back, Grandfather was always quick to seek distractions whenever I broached the subject. But never would I have guessed anything like this. But enough about me. We have more pressing matters.
The forces that assailed Tuliyola. You suspect they are somehow connected to the Golden City?
Thinking back on it, the soldiers look like they could have been made from the same black stone.
And leading them was Zeralja. His involvement also lends weight to the theory. On the day of the succession ceremony, a bandit took me unawares and knocked me out. When I came to, I found my home turned upside down, with a few particular items missing. Namely the keystones I was entrusted with, for my role as Watcher of the Gate.
The bandit? You believe that it was...
I only got a glimpse of him, but I was a blue-scaled Hubigo. I know no other.
The artifact stored at the palace was also stolen. The thief struck during the ceremony, and the guard was spread thin.
So our assumption is Zeralja somehow opened that gate to another reflection, where he acquired advanced technology and his mechanical army.
It fits. And if he did, then it's also likely that the dome is a product of this unknown reflection.
Hold on. We've been going on and on about the reflections. But what of my home? What's become of it?
No. Damsel, thank you so much for following and joining the Konstellations. Welcome in. We're going to find out.
Indeed. Where it concerns other realities, I dare say the Scions are best suited to tackle the task.
You can say that again. We've been to the literal edge of existence. Some mysterious giant dome shouldn't scare us.
As you know, our order has ostensibly disbanded. We'd thank you to be discreet about our unofficial reunion.
Worry not. We'll spare no effort to get to the bottom of this. And with our hero eager to help, you can be confident of the results.
I'm coming with you. If that's where my brother is, then that's where I must go. I can't say I understand everything you're discussing, but I know what I have to do. I have to put a stop to Zeralja and restore the people's happiness.
Suffice it to say, I share lamaty'i's desire to join you. However, under these circumstances, it would be unwise for both vows to be absent from the city.
Sorry, I had to like make sure you guys don't get spoiled or anything. Hi, hey, Damselfly, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, gamers. Hi, hey. If you guys are new here, it's nice to meet you all. My name is Kieran. I am a magical boy idol VTuber, as well as a queer Filipino-American voice actor for animation, anime, and video games. Hope you guys are doing well. What were you guys up to today? Wait, it's 2 underscores. 2. There we go.
Did Opal just spin for you guys? That was crazy. Okay, me doing a task.
My god, the aesthetic of it's pink. I love it. All the pink Pokemon. We're playing Spirit Fair. We cried today. Yes. I mean, the crying. You know what? No, crying's good.
What the hell?
We love getting those feelings out of the way.
Every time.
Welcome in, guys. I hope you guys had a wonderful time. I'm so sorry. We're like in the middle of a very emotional cutscene, and it's late in Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail, so I don't want to spoil you guys. The Pride Among Us stream. But I hope you guys had a good time. If you guys need to go, it's no problem whatsoever. If you guys want to hang out, feel free to sit back, relax, and don't forget to give yourself some water, give yourself a nice stretch, and don't forget to take your meds if you're going to be going to bed. But otherwise, welcome in, guys. It's nice to meet you all. But yeah, we're finishing up the cutscene, so I'm starting 14. Oh, okay, yes. This is like very late in the game, so I don't want you to get spoiled. But you know, you guys are always welcome to stop by if you guys want to watch any other streams. But I hope you guys enjoy your time with 14. It's a really fun game. If you're just starting it off, take your time. Don't rush into it whatsoever. It's going to be a lot of content, so take advantage of the free trial while you can, because you're going to literally be getting hundreds of hours of content before you have to start paying a dime, you know? So I hope you have a wonderful time, and I hope we can see you again soon. But take care, okay? Thank you, guys. I'm going to be switching back in about 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. You're really sweet. Thank you so much. Yeah, we should be back with Ace Attorney on next Sunday, and we'll be starting a new game, so if you guys want to stop by then, I would love to have you guys. But otherwise, feel free to make yourselves at home any other time. But I don't want to spoil you guys, so please take care. Here's a cute cat. If you like cat boys, here's a cute cat boy, you know. Work your way towards meeting him.
So go forth, sister, and do what you must.
Or if we like big, strong women, big, strong, furry women.
Thank you.
It may be prudent for us to likewise divide our forces. While one group ventures into the dome, the other keeps guard without.
Agreed. There's something I wish to investigate out here, so I will remain.
I as well. The enemy's warships still loom overhead, and I would see that we are prepared for the worst.
I wish to go to the dome. As a student, I have an obligation to investigate this potential threat to the world. But I'd be lying if I said I'm not deathly curious about my origins. If there's aught to be learned, then I want to learn it.
In that case, please let me come too. I have to see what's become of my home. I may not be a fighter, but I know those lands like the back of my hand. I can guide you.
If you hadn't offered, I would have asked. We're counting on you.
I'm not one for waiting around, so if it's all the same to you, I'll join the Dome crew.
You should accompany them, Graha. I expect your knowledge and experience will be useful.
I love that implies that she does not want to go.
In the meantime, I intend to learn what I can about the gate, and will keep you apprised of my findings. Pray do the same.
Assuming communication is possible from inside the dome, we'll maintain contact and share any developments.
It seems our teams are assembled. A fine roster, I think.
Looks good to me. We'll find a way to deal with the threat. For the sake of Tural.
It's truly heartening to have you at our side for this. Thank you, everyone. Now, before we set off, there's one thing I need to do. The people are still shaken by the attack, and I'd like to reassure them as best I can.
Another reflection encroaches upon our own, but how and why now? I'm indebted to Ojika for overseeing our operations in my absence. I will endeavor to make myself as useful as I can here. I fear we need to know more if we're to defend against another assault.
I struggle to believe I'm from another to reflection. I wonder, does this mean my soul is thinner than a native of the source? Surely not. Ishtola would have noticed. God, there's so much I don't understand. My head is ripe to burst.
Again, thank you so much. Welcome in. Good morning. Oh my god, good morning. Literally, it's like 10 o'clock. Let's go ahead and stand up from our seats. We're gonna give ourselves a nice little group stretch. Let's go ahead and twist our bodies to the left. Twist our bodies to the right. Let's stretch our arms straight up to the sky. Let's roll out that right shoulder. Roll out that left shoulder. Very slowly, very gently, let's roll out that neck. Take a deep breath in. Take a deep breath out. Let's go ahead and drink some water. Thank you for taking care of me.
Surely not. Ishtola would have noticed. God, there's so much I don't understand. My head is ripe to burst.
12 hours? Yeah, it's not my longest.
This talk of reflection is perplexing, to say the least. I should be glad for your help in understanding and overcoming this crisis. Please be safe.
We'll find a way to breach the dome, and we'll make sure everyone inside is safe.
It's embarrassing to think how Zoologic caught me unawares, but I've no doubt that bastard came to kill me. I reckon he would have succeeded were it anyone else. Who would have thought him taking that key would lead to all this?
I know what I have to do. I know we're in a hurry to set off, but before we do, I need to address my people. The peace we swore to uphold has been shattered. They need to understand what's happened and how we intend to fix it. So I want to call an assembly at the Winged Walk and assure them that all will be well. But as shaken as they are, I don't know how many will come. It's those who are most distressed that truly need to hear your words. If you'd like, I shall seek out such souls and encourage them to attend.
I'll help too. This is an important step in the city's recovery. Care to join us, Orion? While you handle that, Arenville and I will see to the provisions of the expedition.
Thank you. I'll go on ahead and have the Landsguard announce the address. People must know There's going to be one before they can decide whether or not they want to hear it. If you could see to the Resplendent Quarter and the Bayside Bevy, Alize and I will split the rest of the city between us. Ta-da! Finally, the story's getting so good! It's like only 10 o'clock. I could probably go till like midnight. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. I do have a lot of work tomorrow, so. So, to answer the question earlier, when you make the voice of a character you don't know, do you care about what happens to them on their story, or you try to learn who they are? So basically, how it works is, it's the challenge of being a voice actor is really because sometimes you don't get to see the material, right? It really depends on what kind of project you're working on. But with games specifically, you a lot of the time aren't going to be seeing like the regular cutscenes, but you will see like the pre-made cutscenes, like the really high quality ones, and also when you're like starting out with the project right now, like it's not just you doing the voice, right? There's a lot of people that are involved in the process. You have a director who's there to guide you and put you in the right direction. That they usually have the full context of the story and they know exactly what's going on in that scene. And then you usually also have people that work for the company. So like, let's say for people that are working in this game, you'll have someone that's a representative of Square Enix that also knows the story. And they're also there to answer any questions and provide the context in case like there's something that you don't understand. But it's pretty much a team effort to make everything happen. But it's not easy. It is not easy at all. But when it works just right and it clicks, it's so magical. That's why I love it so much, you know?
If Tuliolal falls to the enemy, what will happen to us? To our homes, our farms, everything we worked so hard to build. Lives and communities and histories, all reduced to ash by these merciless villains. I hear Val Wook Lamat is planning to address the people. But what's the point? What can she and her brother possibly have to say? Really? The Dawn servants have a plan already? They've lost so much, yet they're prepared to carry on. And standing around worrying about what's to come will change nothing. It would be a lie to say I'm hopeful for the future, but I will go hear what they intend to do.
It is so cool. I love it so much. Like, give people their flowers when they deserve them, you know? It's such a hard job, but when it just works out right? Like, I know a lot of us here have our favorite performances in games and anime and stuff like that, so... but I love talking about it because not a lot of people know how it's done and like the process and the constraints that people have when they work on projects.
I still can't believe we were attacked. For mercy, my family was spared. I don't know what I would have done had they come to harm. I understand Val Wook Lamat is going to make an address soon. I'll be there, of course.
This person does not need to be persuaded to attend Wook Lamat's address. You have a great glamour, because that's my glamour too.
Please. Leave me be. My father is gone. Leave me to mourn.
Ulchacha is slain. And yet Val Wuklamat and Valkona still fight for our nation. For us. Very well. If they would speak, the least I can do is listen.
Checking on everyone, are you? The city's definitely seen better days, but we can only spare so much time in mourning. Only by looking to the future can we overcome this crisis, and we'll all need to do our part. I've no doubt Val Wuklamat and Valkona will share similar sentiments in their address.
This person does not need to be persuaded to attend Wuklamat's address.
It's not safe here. Not anymore. I could try to leave Toral, but where else is there to go? You look like the well-traveled sort. Please, I can't stay here. But I fear nowhere in Toral is beyond the enemy's reach. What of the lands across the salt? I know. Even if I ran, I know I'd regret it in the end. I love Toral. This is my home. And I know the Dawn servants would give their lives to defend her. I'll put my faith in them and listen to them, to what they have to say.
Level 100 and all I have to show for it is this fruity ass dragon and a party wide heal? Wait, you got a party heal as a summoner? That's kind of lit actually, because it looks like Pictomancer also has like a party heal or like an AoE heal too. That's really cool. I love that this guy's just dancing when there's so much ruin and debris here. 500, wait, 500 potency? That's not bad. That's like better than Benefic. Yeah, it's Benefic. That's a Benefic. I wouldn't say no to that, you know, it's really helpful sometimes.
Whatever it is, I don't have the time. I have to finish repairing this cart. There's only so much I can carry on my back. When those hollow devils come again, I need to be ready. Val Wuklamat and Valkona mean well, but they're young and inexperienced. They can barely look after themselves. If we're to survive, I do not know if we can count on them. They're going to strike back at the enemy, so they're resolved to face this. Maybe it's too early to be thinking of running. All right, I'll go and hear their address.
You put Summoner and Red Mage in the support mage niche, and the Pictomancer and Black Mage as pure damage. Ooh, interesting. I need to stock up on food and medicine as much as I can. And what else is there? I can't afford to forget anything. Sorry, sir, but I'm busy. Too much to do in too little time. There's no telling when those stone men will return. I have to get out of here. Find somewhere else, safe. Val Wuklamat wants to speak to us? Perhaps she has a plan then. I suppose there's no harm in hearing what she has to say. Yeah, cleaning up is tiring work. You've been busy helping us as well, I'm guessing. Right now it's tough for everyone, but Tuliyollal won't succumb to this. With the new Dawn servants to protect and lead us, we will get through it together. I can't leave now. What if those soldiers come back? And what are those strange machines looming overhead? Gods, I have so many questions. I see. It would put my mind at ease to learn something. Anything of the threat we face. All right then. I will go to the winged walk. Thank you. I feel better already. And likely better still once I hear what the Dawn servants have to say. I love this storyline. Oh my god, it's so good. I'm telling you, the filler parts, it's but when we get to big moments like this, it's like, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Looks like you brought quite a few people. Thank you. Alize had actually returned ahead of you, but upon hearing that you were still out there, she decided she was unsatisfied with her own efforts and left again. My apologies for involving you in all Turali affairs. We're simply helping dear friends in need. Having traveled the lands of Tural, sharing in the rich cultures of your people, I can see it no other way. What's more, Suralja and his army pose a threat not only to Tural, but to the star as a whole. We will stand with you to protect what you hold dear. Thank you. I didn't expect you've had much, if any, rest. How are you holding up? Christian, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, gamers. Hi, hey. Hope you guys are all doing good today. If you guys are new here, it's nice to meet you all. My name is Kieran. I am a magical boy idol VTuber, as well as a queer Filipino-American voice actor for animation, anime, and video games. If you guys like Fire Emblem, I provide the English voices for Sane and Rickard in Fire Emblem Heroes. If you guys are watching anime this season,
I play Percival in the 7 Deadly Sins, 4 Nights of the Apocalypse.
And I also played Takuma Shippo in the regular Magic High School.
But how was Magic the Gathering? Yeah. How is it going? Was he playing with physical with cards, or is there like a digital game? What were you guys up to? Count of La Monte Cristo?
That guy doing here?
Digital. Okay, I didn't know there was a digital game for it.
This here because he's infatuated with me, do you? And that's not a brag. Believe me, I would love to be wrong. Bonjour, mes amis. Oh, Dupree. Appropriate time for a possum screech, indeed.
Man, I really want to play Thousand Year Door. It's definitely on my queue, but right now I'm kind of sucked in the critically acclaimed MMORPG. And anyone from our side, if you guys aren't already, please make sure you follow Christian. Christian is fantastic, fantastic, fantastic as both a voice actor and a voice director. You might know him as the English voices for Ignatz, as well as other characters within the Fire Emblem universe, but specifically Ignatz in the Fire Emblem 3 Spouses and 3 Hopes games. He also directed Fire Emblem Engage and other games that people love like 13 Sentinels, Unicorn Overlord, and of course, most recently playing Shin Megami you played Damifine in Shin Megami Tensei, and you directed Nocturne. But yeah, Christian's great. He's amazing. A good friend and mentor. And I hope you guys had a good time. We're currently I think I'm gonna wrap up a quest or two here in 14. We're late-ish game in Dawntrail. It's obviously spoiler territory, so if you guys need to go, it's no problem whatsoever. Make sure you take care of yourselves, give yourselves a nice stretch, drink some water, and don't forget to take your meds if you guys are going to be going to bed. But yeah, thank you guys so much for stopping by. Welcome in Pelfa Pro, and also David Sachs, and Joker Prism, and Quiet Kevin, and Kite. Hope you guys had a good time with Christian. But yeah, you guys need to head out. I'm going to be switching back to the game in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I don't expect you've had much, if any, rest. How are you holding up? I'm fine. Thanks to a little encouragement from Orion. You needn't worry about me either. Whatever weariness I feel is no match for my desire to protect my people. We will restore peace to the nation and preserve our father's legacy. And it begins by speaking to the people from our hearts. Right. We need to see a few things first, but feel free to go ahead to the plaza and wait. Their father raised them well. That he did. Hi, I'm new here. What's this game about? A lot of spoilers, but right now our friends have just taken the succession into the throne. Our country is getting attacked at the moment. We're trying to bolster our resolve of our countrymen. And welcome in, Sam.
Lamaty'i, are you all right?
His actor also ate too. Speaking about good performances, everyone's good here, but the standouts, super standouts.
I'm ready for it. The fear, and sadness, and anger. Everything.
I am the reason to your resolve. But more than that, I am your brother. You needn't bear this burden alone. Remember this.
Oh, the tenderness.
As you likely already know, my father, our former Dawn servant, lost his life in the recent attack. He challenged the enemy leader to a duel and fought with skill and valor. And for a moment, we believed he had won. wielding an unknown power. His foe returned from death and struck him down. I could only watch as this happened. I could not tarnish my father's honor by interfering. Many of you have suffered terribly. You've taken wounds. You've lost friends and family. As vow of resolve, I failed in my duty to protect you. Words can't express the shame and regret I feel. And as much as it pains me to reveal this, the enemy leader was none other than my brother Zoralsha.
Zoralsha? It's true! I saw him!
We believe he staged the attack from Yasulani, which has been encased within a mysterious dome. I know that you're concerned for your loved ones there as well. But mark my words, I won't let Zoralsha torment us any further. Our father gave his life to protect our nation, and I'm prepared to do the same.
You say that, but those metal monstrosities are still up there in the sky. What are you going to do about them?
The enemy is still on our doorstep, and waiting for them to strike again accomplishes nothing. That's why we're going to strike first. We are going to take the battle straight to Zoralsha and put an end to it all.
And while my sister sallies forth, I will take charge of the city's defenses. Not another soul will come to harm. We swear to you.
Like our father before us, we will lead with resolve and reason to restore peace to our nation. So please, have patience and faith.
So the resolve goes on the attack, while reason shores up the defenses. Sounds like a fine plan. Needless to say, you can count on my sword. Tural's my home, and I'll do my part for it. That makes two of us. Or was that two of we? Never mind that. What of the rest of you? Will you let others do the work? Or will you do your part and fight?
We fight! We fight! We're Tuliolans because we're united! We'll stand with you and weather this storm! He's right. This is our nation, and it falls to us to protect it.
We'll fight too! For Tuliolan!
Me too! Me too!
We're all together in this!
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
We've already learned much about our foe, and we will continue to learn more. In time, we will have the means to make their warships fall from the sky. When we join hands with our countrymen and our allies from afar, we're stronger than we dare to hope. Together, let us show the enemy the might of Tuli Yolal.
You are the beating heart of our nation, each and every one of you. Uncertain days lie ahead, but for now, I ask you to persevere, to go about your lives as you always do. Only then can we ensure we have the resources to see our nation through these trials. And when the time comes, we will strike. Tuliyola will not fall. We will prevail, and peace and happiness will be ours again.
She did well. It's inspiring to see such diverse peoples rally as one.
The people of Tural have come together for this fight. We must endeavor not to fail them. I'm glad to see so many people came. I wasn't sure how many I'd won over, so I decided to keep at it.
That was a rousing speech, was it not? Let us do our part to ensure the Dawn servants can fulfill their promise to the people. Listening to Uklamat and Kona, I was reminded of my time in the First. While the Exarch was no king, I often found myself speaking before the people of the Crystarium in like manner, and through their deeds, they answered me. The people of Tural, too, will rise to occasion. This I can tell. Okay, we're still at 96. Oh my god. Okay, so I think I should probably call it here because we are now officially at 13 hours. Woohoo! And my computer didn't die. So let's go ahead and I'll chill here. We're in town, so I can go ahead and start here next time. But I'm gonna go ahead and exit the game. Let's go ahead and go here. What a day. What a day. What a story. Also, the game... Okay, there. I was like, the game's not, like, closing. Wow. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. Not just today, but yesterday and these past few days. It's been a long weekend. And I really sincerely appreciate all of the company. Thank you for the stream. Thank you guys all for being here. I really had so much fun getting to play this story so far. I really hope that you guys have been enjoying it too. But yeah, thank you so much for all the company. I really, I'm so grateful for it. Tomorrow, I'm probably not going to be streaming because I do have a session. So I'm probably not going to get home until like pretty late. If I have energy, I'll try and do it. But if not, then I'll go ahead and see you guys on Tuesday. But it's pretty much going to be Final Fantasy until I finish the MSQ. And then afterwards, I should be good on Sunday to start Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. That's going to be a lot of fun. So if anyone is new here, Ace Attorney is like our bread and butter series that we love playing here. And it's perfect for the weekends. So I'll see you guys bright and early to start a new game then. But otherwise, if you guys are also new here, please feel free to keep up on the socials on Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok at Atelier Kieran. If you guys would like to join our Discord server, the link is down there. Anyone is welcome to join as long as you guys are over the age of 18. But you guys better all be adults watching the stream. Or else. Yeah. Game's good. Game's great. I'm having a lot of fun. Let's see who he should raid. It's getting pretty late, so I don't want to raid anyone playing 14 because, like, I don't like spoilers and stuff. So let's go ahead and is he live or is he? Yeah, he's playing a game. So let's go ahead and raid Aru. He's currently doing the VTuber Summer Slam, which I believe is a charity stream of sorts. He's currently playing, it looks like Tekken. If you guys can, the raid message is hiya hey hey. If you guys have access to the emotes, please feel free to send him some blankies as well. And yeah, I'll see you guys on Tuesday. And have a wonderful rest of your day. Please make sure you take care of yourselves before you go to bed. And of course, have a wonderful week. Be kind to yourselves, be kind to others. And of course, Otsu Kieran! Good night, guys. Bye-bye.